well while she looks for something for next year, so. That's interesting. That's weird.
Just a second, Jeremy.
Let's see, Horsemus and Nalu and Roach are late, although I think we're gonna try to be getting on a little bit closer to start time. Melandra said he couldn't be here. Wrathson has kid has a concert. Janie has stuff. They're signed up. Well, he's not here, but Hermer's signed up.
Oh my goodness.
Does that make 20?
There we go.
Where are we at? 3. It really depends who shows up and who doesn't here in the last few minutes, because we may end up with more than 20. Oh yeah, Emma does. Thanks, Ed. I 100% would have forgotten. Sorry, Daxis. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say if we have 20, we could do Mythic.
We could. I'm gonna add that to one of the nights in the next couple of weeks. I just know there's a few people we're trying to still sneak some kills in for, so.
I still need
I
the
took
queen
a-
too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took a run at Mythic Ulgrax. The
Oh no.
only real
that
thing
good?
is
Okay, you want to take
a
the.
lot more damage.
Yeah. Let me get a little bit more. And then...
Aside from that, mechanically, pretty much what we've been doing.
Stuff has the consistency of snow ice cream. Like that.
Let's see
Awesome.
where we end up, 10. We
Thank
were
you,
doing planning
Jeremy.
to do this boss in Heroic
That was very super awesome of you to think of dessert for us.
Then, if we have more, we could always do the achievement run.
Yes, that's true. We could start early. Else.
Oh.
The good news is, I've already done an achievement run, so I can tell you details of it that we had to figure out kind of on the fly, so I can save you some time. Yeah, the Rosh one, we thought we had to do one thing, and we were just beating our heads against a wall, and then all of a sudden, we figured out that we could do it much more easily. So that was almost funny if we didn't waste like 30 minutes on it.
What's the glory mount?
I actually don't know.
Give me 1 second, I'll link it for you.
Shadowed Swarmite.
Hmm.
Dude. So the little spider flyers.
Yeah, but this one has a mosquito beak on it.
Yeah, it's got a proboscis, whatever.
I always thought it was proboscis.
That's what it is. Thank you.
And it has a very active stinger.
Proboscis.
Well, apparently the glory mount for the Undermine raid is a cool robot blue thing.
Also, if people aren't aware, because I wasn't until like yesterday, they've added new mounts for time warp badges for each of the time walking events. There's like 6 new mounts, all worth 5,000 frickin' badges, but most of
Also,
them are just recolors, but they're pretty cool.
also, don't forget to do the stuff for the B mount.
Oh yeah, the turbulent timeways every week, yeah.
I have 4 out of 5 for that. Is it something that could already have been earned?
Are you looking at, there was one that we did last time, and then there's a new one for this time. Let me look it up.
Fair.
So you're looking,
I'm looking
is
at
it,
the new one.
is it Master of Turbulent Timeways 2? Or Master of Turbulent Timeways 1?
Ah, crap. 2. So did I just completely miss the first one?
Yes, but the amount that you get from it, you can buy for time warp badges now. One was in Dragonflight. Number 1. Are you at 4 already? We're only in week 2 of it. It's wild.
No. No.
That was for what?
I
Okay.
have 2. I was looking at the old one that I apparently
Okay.
missed.
Need to get Alice summons. Roach and Nalu need some summons. And then Flame, can you and your marks add Nalu and Deaxis and I don't know, Ed or Azrat want to be my partner? Quartz? Someone want to be my partner?
They're beating it down the door.
Well, if you don't mind it being a healer.
I'm down with me. I
I
mean,
can do it. No.
yeah,
I got it.
you and Nalu are fine to do it. I just always like to have a second backup crew until die.
If my track record is right, I will die this fight. So just heads up.
All I know is it needs to be somebody who apparently doesn't have the complete opposite brain of me. Every time I try to make Lenneth my partner, every time we go completely opposite directions. Also, I'm largely just trying to stall another few minutes so Emma can get here because she wanted this kill. So, if you need to like do something quick, it's fine. I know we're not gonna start on time, and I'm really sorry.
Jobs, man.
Right? And it's harder when you those West Coasters where it's only like 5 o'clock, not basically bedtime.
I'm
Ew, West Coast.
Jane's dealing with the fallout from the Wicked Witch of East Grafton.
Yeah, she is. Just getting ready for her last day tomorrow, which is both really sad, but also really, really good. They are not.
Okay.
Will not be missing her, that's for sure.
Please check that you are in the appropriate gear and spec.
Can I just say that I really appreciate that 8:22, well, my time anyway, is definitely close to bedtime. I really like that. I'm like really down with that idea.
Yep. I've realized that the older I've gotten, I've fallen prey to the
Oh yeah.
end earlier. And it's not actually even earlier that I want to sleep, it's just that if I don't, I will regret it in the morning.
Spend a lot of time being mad at past Kela.
Yeah, Pascal doesn't make good life choices, does she?
She does not.
We get another. Oh, it's still up. Never mind. There's Emma. I gotta put Mark's down too.
Thank you.
So many good outfits tonight. Eltonari, where did you get that mask? Love it.
It's the disc, it's the priest your set.
100% you said, where'd you get that ass? I was
Where'd
like,
you
I'm
get
sorry
that?
for it.
Thanks.
That would be by
I mean,
selecting Drawneye at the character
I was gonna say,
creation.
she is playing a Drawneye.
If you like the mask, you should check out the whole set. I'm particularly interested in the mythic version.
Hmm.
It's actually not my favorite, but that's because it doesn't really mesh with the style I go for on guests.
I actually feel like maybe Elle hasn't checked her Mog in a while.
Need a thingy, but it's alright. I was here for it.
It does kind of work though, El.
Here, El, if you want. Here's the transmog dude.
Alright, so we're getting Emma summoned and
Is-
fixing our...
Currently being violently snuggled by Yvain.
Alright, so reminder that in phase 1, well, all the phases we're dodging cones. And in phase 1, we've got our partners set up here. Don't stand in the poop, spread out with the other stuff. Take the scarabs to the bosses. First intermission, try to make sure you're dodging the cones that are going to explode next. And then we'll do phase 2. When we get the swarm things coming out, if they are on you, you're going to go stand on one of those marks to be closest to the boss, but not other people. If it's not on you, you're going to book it away from the boss. We should be good. I think we've got Emma here. We're good to drop food and flasks and things. I think Dayaxis probably has. Thank you. And then make sure everybody else goes away from the boss. And in the second intermission, we are going to ensure that we do not get hit by donuts. If we do get hit by donuts, please try to cleave out the people from their impaled spikes. And then we've just gotta put it all together for the last phase. Don't forget your flasks or your buffs, since I hadn't done my buffs.
Have you applied your poisons? Have you summoned your pets? Are you in fact wearing
way,
the
for
fishing
anyone-
hat?
By the way, for anyone who's working on the BFA meta achievement, fun little thing to motivate you. When you turn into Johnny, you hold both of your weapons.
That's pretty great. 2 more flasks up.
When you turn into Johnny.
It's like Janie, Johnny. It's a weirdly... The little dinosaur, the little trash dinosaur.
Oh, that!
Yeah. For the pool!
Would that come from the BFA made of?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Right, let us know when you're ready, Payana and Avane.
Count them.
I was waiting for Payana to actually be ready. Okay, we're good then.
Oh, okay.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Here we go.
Spread.
Rain, spread out. Bring scarabs to bosses.
Frontal.
Burrow is soon.
Charging. Move.
Nice job.
Spread. Frontal.
Watch the cone. New ads coming up. Bring them to bosses.
Spread.
Watch the rain.
Frontal. Charging. Move.
Antikaj. Oh, sorry. And Anuba dude. My bad.
Frontal.
Spread out. Intermission. Heading to phase 2 here.
Frontal. Pulling up.
Hey, we're gonna run out of both. Bring the scarabs back to the bosses, particularly a Nuba dude.
Frontal.
They need to move out of the center soon. Out of the center, unless you're a Nalu, Ainu, and Nauman.
Nalu ready?
It's on Flame.
Special coming.
Flame needs a dispel near the boss. There we go. On to Kaj.
Frontal.
That was really close.
Handled it like a pro.
It wasn't even close.
Frontal.
Watch the cone.
Pulling in.
Getting pulled in. Bop out of both.
Frontal.
Cone. Those scarabs and get out of the center. Unless you are Emma, Nauman, and Vin.
Special coming.
Emma and Vin. And Pyana. Sorry, there's still one on Pyana. Emma and Vin need just Emma needs a dispel. Perfect. Oh no, wait, it's on now. There we go.
We will.
Wait, whoop, indeed.
What happened?
We didn't pass it to the boss, it went to a different person. So make sure that when we're starting those dispels, you move away from the center so that it doesn't accidentally transfer to you. And that if it's on you, you're getting to like one of those 3 marks because you need to be not closer to somebody else than the boss.
They are really low though, so
They are.
we definitely got the DPS.
Yes. Oh yeah, we do. You guys could fall over and we'll kill it one more time. 'Cause getting through that shield with 3 of you would be a what is the word I'm looking for?
Accomplishment.
Herculean.
I mean, yeah, but like a waste of our time is what I was trying to think of. But there was a word I was not able to retrieve. But yes, 100%. Let's not do that.
Use Kyle.
There you go. Did people get the res? Are any of you too far away? I feel like there's some people like way in the back room here.
Yeah, those of us on the back wall here are too far away.
Say to me.
I got him, Ro.
Cool, cool, cool. You weren't gonna see how close I could get without pulling anything?
That plus one at a time. But I'd say be having to cast it 5 times. Somebody's getting out there near the middle. Was that Vince? Careful.
Yeah, we are gonna have to wait for about 5 minutes for Evane to come back. So if anybody needs to briefly use the restroom or anything, normally we wouldn't have to wait. We'd just have a tank swap in, but we'll wait. It'll be 5 minutes. Any wonderfully cute and adorable or interesting shenanigans happening in the Allure department?
I think perhaps Nalu stepped away.
She may have.
Probably because of Elora shenanigans.
We got had an impulse buy problem one night, and I bought this big thing of 20 rubber ducks that different ducks. So, there's a baseball duck and a snorkeling duck and various things for her bath time. And they have, however, migrated from the bathroom, so there's just 20 ducks all over our house, and Edison just walks around the house quacking most of the time.
That's adorable.
Just the universe we live in, just quack quack all day long, quack quack.
For which you have video evidence, right?
No, actually I don't. I think Elle took some video of so when I was pregnant I got big glass jugs for water because plastic's bad for your body and xenoestrogens and everything. So I had big gallon sized glass jugs. Addison found them the other day and decided she was going to carry them all the way into the other room. So I got some video of those.
That's
I
adorable.
did step away, but I had my headphones on, and I would say that the best cute development with Allura lately is that she's learned her first joke. So we asked the other day if she wanted to eat the dog. We said, "Do you want to eat Titus?" And she looked at us. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Up until
Okay,
she
sorry.
looked at us is all.
Yeah.
Then you cut out.
Roach said he can't hear me very well, but I think his headphones just suck.
Okay.
So anyway, so we said, "Do you want to eat the dog?" We were just joking, and she kind of looked at us with this confused face, and then said yes. And then we said, "No, don't eat the dog." And then she kind of started laughing, and now she looks at us all the time, and she goes, "Titus? No, Sora," which is let's eat the dogs, let's not eat the dogs. So it's very funny.
That is funny.
Cut to 15 years later, she's in a renowned stand-up comic.
Telling stories about how her parents used to torture her with dog food.
Yeah, probably not the best joke.
Well, that and she is well, I wouldn't say she's mastered Granddad. She calls him Dad, but basically anytime anything is happening and she gets bored of what she's doing, she just screams Dad and runs towards the door between our two houses.
It ain't easy being the favorite. You could ask Elle, but she doesn't know.
Don't. Do not.
So, are we not
when-
healing Withers this poll?
You're not.
When Withers gets smothered in his sleep, we'll know why.
Yep.
All the way back when I pick her up from school. In the car, it's Dad, Mom, which is Christine, bro. Dad, Mom. I'm like, who came to get you, bitch?
You're just the chauffeur in this situation.
100%. Although in remembering the things, so they were gone the weekend before this, right, at Cheney's house, helping Cheney pack up and things and clean her classroom. When Elle got back, she heard Grandma and she went running through the house to give her a hug. So.
Aww.
She did.
Does she have a name for you yet, Elle?
It
So did
used to be
Grandma.
Amma, but I have not heard that name in a long
She's not
time.
making much differentiation with Mama between you and Christine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Evane is back. Awesome possum. Alright, checking to see if everybody else is back and ready to pull too.
I am not back, but I am ready.
Ice cream truck. I mean, she has got the she's got the three most important words down there.
Pretty much.
I mean, do they have those anymore?
Oh yeah, we have an ice cream truck that comes by our house every weekend.
Oh god, it comes through
Jealous.
the apartment complex several times a day from like February to November.
Wait 1 second. Anu, are you actually here?
I'm ready.
5, 4,
Yeah, don't pull.
3,
Don't pull.
2,
Do not
Hands
pull.
off keyboard.
Nice job executing. Alright, Anu, come back to us. Come back to us.
What also about Wrath? Are we gonna suck Wrath into the?
It depends on if he wants to come.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm here for real now.
Okay, then we are good to go. Wrath can. Oh, hold on. Where is a summon stone? One of my locks tossed one up in the back. Okay. Sorry, and thank you all for being so flexible tonight.
Don't skip yoga.
I am sure by the time I actually manage to get Wrath summoned here, Emma, it'll probably be about that time. Wait, what? There's a way to that's cool. I have to give that to Cheney and the other.
On the negative side of parenting, I feel like a little bit of a parenting failure because Alora only wants to eat ramen noodles right now. It's like literally every day she's like, no, and I'm like, maybe we shouldn't have introduced you to ramen noodles.
Best you can ignore it.
Alright, here we go. We're actually ready now.
Oh, we got a 15
And it says 15 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wasn't counting. I'm sorry, Emma. No, that it wasn't personal.
Look, we'll keep Emma alive.
Okay. It's mostly, I think, for the damage, not deduction. Whatever. Kill boss. Bring Scarabs to boss.
Gruntle. Charging. Move.
Yeah, on a Nuba dude.
Spread.
And spread out for rain.
Gruntle.
Scarabs are up.
Spread.
Spread out for rain.
Gruntle.
Stones. Make sure we bring Scarabs back to bosses.
Charging. Move.
One Scarab still up too after this.
If anyone could clear those extra webs before we transition, I'd appreciate it.
Intermission.
Excellent work.
New set's coming in. New set.
Grumple.
Phase 2. Back in the center.
Line apart.
Out of both. Bring the ads to the bosses, and then everybody else should get out of the middle and follow a new dude.
Grumple.
Azrat, Tan, and Quartz are going to the center. Everyone else out of the center.
Special coming.
There's Takaj.
Grumple.
There's Impale up.
Grumple.
Cones. Teleport. And we're gonna pop out of both. Scarabs are gonna follow a Nuba dude. So out of the center, follow a Nuba dude.
Grumple.
Nira, Wrath, and there'd be another one somewhere. Me.
Special coming.
Everyone else out of the way. Need someone else. Who's it on? Who's it on?
So someone died and it went on in Orly, so we're dead.
Oh, okay. I always thought it went to this next person, even if they died.
Yeah, but it landed on him.
Oh.
And it landed on him early.
Oh, well, so we really just should have gotten people
fell
there.
off because it just.
Okay. We just needed to get people over there faster. I didn't notice that.
I didn't notice that either until it was too late.
So the 3 people that it's on are probably priority heal targets.
Yes.
Yeah, because they also take damage over time.
Well, not just that, if they die too early.
But yeah, they're also just taking damage, so you should heal them.
If you're still alive, you could fall over though, and we'll try again. Although if you're still alive in a either a res or you could throw a res on somebody, but they probably also have a. I had to wait for the spike, 100%.
Stand in all the poo.
There we go.
It's really hard to die in that intermission.
Wow, Wrath. I know you're not finishing this up, but still.
Spikes hurt a lot.
You gonna
Yeah,
give
but
it
then
to
you're
me,
just
Penelope?
stunned.
Are you gonna hand it over?
Kill you pretty quick.
Yes, but if you dodge them,
Especially if you
don't take that much damage.
Especially if you get spiked and then there's like another spike right under you. Apparently it does a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I still knew there was an overlap and I died like almost instantly.
Hey, slime!
Well, I only learned that. Nice. I only learned that because I intentionally got spiked.
Yeah, same just now.
Reses should be out, so if you didn't get one, holler.
Is anyone able to drop a scrap bot or something? Yeah.
Jeeves summons now.
Roach, did you get the res?
Oh yeah, sorry, Allura demanded more juice.
Oh, good. I keep thinking to myself, like, you know, I kept waiting for her to be able to use any words that she could tell us what she wants or needed, and all I could think is, do you really need that, child? Because, like, her gym is downstairs, and don't forget to eat your mage food to get yourself healed up. And she 100% gets home and thinks it's time to go downstairs, and I'm like, girl, I can't take you. And she thinks she's dying because she can't go downstairs. And she's telling me she wants to go downstairs and I can't do it. She thinks she's dying.
You can get over it today.
It's
She did.
torture, Mom.
Obviously. Not even 2 years old and already I'm ruining her life.
I mean, she's got some things to do in her life.
That is your job as her mother.
It's true. Alright, Piana, are you ready?
Can't find my tally paper.
To be fair, at toddler age, really what they're comparing to is not that great.
5, 4, 3, 2.
That's funny, Tam. Here we go.
Spread.
Rain, spread out. Bring the scarabs to the bosses.
Grumple. Line on you. Charging. Move.
Switch to a Nuba dude.
Spread.
Spread for rain.
Grumple.
Bones. Bring ads to the bosses.
Spread. Grumple.
Bones.
Charging. Move.
More on a Nuba dude.
Run spread.
Spread for rain. And transitioning here. New set coming in. Transitioning back to second one, but watch, we still have stuff on the floor.
Grumple. Please. Line apart.
Run away out of both. Bring the scarabs to a Nuba dude.
Grumple.
Everyone away from the center except for Quartz, Wrath, and Roach.
Special coming.
Where'd the things go?
I master spelled it.
But it
One on
didn't.
cast.
Grumple.
It didn't go on her.
Okay, that was a focus, yeah.
Like it got master spell, but it didn't go on her, and it didn't seem like it went anywhere.
Grumple.
We didn't lose that many people.
No, we didn't. So. Vortex, this is the pop out of all of them.
Grumple.
And then we gotta get scarabs back to a Nuba dude and kill them. Res for Kess.
Move the boss.
Veins done.
Grumple.
Out of the center, please. Well, we gotta get a vein out there. He's in the impale in the back. And Kela, Nalu, and Nira should get to the marks near the center.
Dispelled Neo.
Kela and Nalu. There we go. Now hit Takaj and get Evane out of that spike before he dies. Thank you. New spike. There we go. Headed to intermission 2 here. A spike up in a couple places. New spike circles. Almost through it. More spike. Alright, last phase coming in. All of it together.
Frontal. AOE incoming. Line on you.
Alright, run out of the bad circle, but stay linked to your friends.
Watch your step.
Keep at least one up.
Charging.
Get it in front of the burrow there. Defensives. And switch to a Nuba dude.
Frontal.
Got a couple of spikes to kill as well. Leave him down. Watch the cone. Still have webs, you can break them.
We can also get a DPS if you want.
As long as we're not going to lose a tank.
Watch your step.
Watch the donut. And the cone. Hey, Nira, Nalu, and Ro. Everyone else the heck out of the center.
Special coming.
Okay, it's Takad.
AOE incoming.
Okay, we should be okay to get the boss up, or DPS up. Teleport. We're all gonna get going cold. Run out of the big bad blue one when that happens, and not the white.
Line on you.
Some people can.
Watch your step.
We get defensives.
Charging. Move.
First we do the burrow, and then we've got to get everyone else out of the center.
Special coming.
Day Axis needs to be near the
Dix, ready.
center. Right, and Piana. Okay, kill them both. Perfect, perfect. Res for our dead. Well done.
No Spy Master.
Nope.
Oh, that's just
There was a
mean.
chance. That was just mean.
Probably the thing that's dropped the least. I swear.
It has, yeah. We get a res for those of us who are dead. You guys are on it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Also, Piana, you are far too purple for this purple floor. But you at least stayed on top of me. I was like, where is she? Where is she? And then I'm like, oh, she's right next to me. I just couldn't see you because it was purple. I don't mean Piana. I mean Caliph. What is wrong with my brain?
I kept losing you and instead, like, finding the green triangle marking the center of the room. I'm like, yeah, there's oh, wait, no.
Yeah, okay. Just make sure we don't need to move people. Do probably need to. Access you up for doing our second nipple pop as per usual. My backup popper. Man, that silence is deafening. He probably walked away a second.
No, I'm here. For some reason, I just got a lag spike, and but yes, I'm good to do that.
Okay, cool.
It just said you went offline.
Yeah, it did.
That's one hell of a lag.
Wunderbar.
Let me get marks down. People can check their groups. Oh yeah. We should have plenty in the guild bank still too, so. Guild bank is down. Last tab. Still like 50 of them, so.
Just don't try to click it while you still have the goddamn guild bank open.
I have done that. Does anybody need me to pull one out for them? Don't forget to then use it when you're done. Oh, yeah, you know, I get that. Alrighty. So double check that you're comfortable with the groups you're in. 135 is going to be outside of the circle for our splits for the nipples. And 246 is inside, and then we do move to phase 2. 135 is at yellow for the knock-up, and 246 is at orange for the knock-up. Our nipple poppers should be Ed, Dayaxis, Nalu in groups 135, and Nauman, Tan, and Ro in 246.
We'll see if I can remember to go to the proper group tonight.
It's always hard when you end up doing a little bit of both. Really appreciate you both covering Cheney's crazy January.
We just have to tell her next employer that they're not allowed to make her life hell because it interrupts with raid scheduling.
Absolutely.
Just putting this out there, but if we ever do need another substitute tank, my Death Knight should be able to do all of heroic. I've successfully tanked everything but the Queen so far.
Okay.
By the way, everyone to the yellow side of flame.
Yeah. Don't want to be in front of where we're going. So. Move. First toxin circles, Kela and Quartz. This is first pop is Nauman and Ed. Everyone in. Everyone in. Bombs out. Everyone else a little bit forward. Gonna dodge the gloves and then return to boss. Move. Group for roots. Overlap circles, not people. Break out roots. Move when yours is done.
Watch your step.
Watch blade. New toxin circles coming in. Vin and Emma.
Watch your feet.
This is Deaxis and Tan.
Get knocked outward.
Everyone in, everyone in. Bombs out, everyone else forward. This is the quick dodge the glob and get back to the bus. And we're moving. Res for flame.
Watch your step.
Dodge blades. Okay, group for roots. Break tombs.
Watch your feet.
Out of the poop. Rowan Nira.
Watch your step.
Rowan Nalu for the pops.
Get knocked outward.
Everyone in, everyone in. Bombs out, everyone else forward. Transition.
Phase change. Pulling in.
Watch the waves. Second wave.
Pulling in.
Bull will be starting. Make sure you're far enough away. Watch waves.
Phase 2.
Okay. 1, 3, 5 yellow. 2, 4, 6 orange. Interrupt at the end of the cast. Dodge the swirly blue circles and dodge the
Interact
orbs.
1. Get knocked outward.
In position for the knock.
4, 3, 2.
You're all the way on the edge. Ours is close, yeah.
Stay away from lines. Pulling in.
Tweak 15 seconds.
Stay
You
away
can get a
from
res for
lines.
L. That goes up. And I'll just take it after this pull. And we can get one on you here.
The yank, not the whole pull.
Yeah. Should be good. Should be good to take it L.
Stay away from lines. Pulling in.
No! Too slow.
Well, it
Stay away from lines.
Yeah, I know. Our worshiper is the target.
Pulling in.
Oh, whoopsie daisy.
Stay away from lines.
Did you guys not get the worshiper down?
We did not, but we also had lost a couple of people to the other thing, so we did not.
Went to eat mage food, and then Jigglypuff decided she needed to step on my keyboard, specifically on my space bar, so that it would cancel it.
Way to go, Jigglypuff.
so it rezzed me, on the platform that people were not at yet. So when
Oh.
I looked, there were ads charging up there. So I was gonna wait a second, and then suddenly it moved my dead body to the platform where people had been.
Right, and then the thing.
were not.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just trolling you at this point.
It really, it 100%.
I think you had to wait a couple more seconds then, because I think Blizzard said, "Hey, wait, there's a failsafe. You should be up here yet," and kicked you down.
Yeah. And then the bridge fell out underneath us. So.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
that's what happens when you try to go up there anything other than in the
Brothers walked away from his. That was pretty solid though.
He's shopping for body armor.
Okay.
So are we doing that experiment again where folks equip all their healing gems?
It certainly. We got the boss down last time. I did it up to other people. I still have mine equipped.
I can do it.
I mean, unless
Yeah,
you're
and-
looking down and seeing a ton of your DPS is coming from your stones, it might not hurt to have some constant
Okay.
healing spread out.
I'll swap them out.
Hyan's ready when I think other people are switching, so give it maybe a minute. Oh, but if you know enough about your character and stuff, you probably can figure it out. I'm not that person, but you probably can. I don't know about that.
I mean, I'll put the 2 healing ones on, but the Thunderlord's, the lightning one is like 9% of my DPS.
Like I said, do what you think is best for you. Just missing Nauman and Wrath and Pyana.
Give me 1 second. I'm good to go.
Okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And move.
Rolled right off the edge.
Dang it, Kung. Get a rest for Kung.
Watch your step.
Oh, and Nauman? Oh, we fucked that up. That's probably just a we should all jump off the edge right there, yeah. I'll get a ton of the stacks and I think we all murdered terribly.
Well, also just look at all that slime.
Well, yeah, but sure, but like when we were first learning this one, it was like, why can't we stack them? That's why, because you end up with 8 stacks, because you get 4 and 4, even though you shouldn't have, that was...
Then they expire and we all die.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see Nauman's circle right under me that time for some reason. Damn it, Ro!
Roll.
Fine!
Well, she put in a definite effort there.
You might actually get to keep it.
I might. Oh!
Nope.
Oh, I will not. Rograt. Diana. Rograt.
It's looking like flame.
It is looking like flame.
I was like, there were like a million blades, and the only place to stand was exactly where you were.
Well, and the thing is, so typically because of how long it takes for them to all spawn and then go off, like, you have time to get across even though it doesn't feel like it. But I 100% couldn't find you, and that's because we were apparently standing right behind each
Yeah,
other.
no, I was literally on your avatar. Yeah.
You were doing that thing Cheney does where she stands inside of people and is creepy, but like you weren't doing it to be creepy.
Does she still do that, or is that just something she'll never live down?
No, she still does it.
I don't think you ever grow out of that.
And then she takes pictures. And
It's
sends them to them in their
Oh,
sleep.
did you get the res, or are you dealing with your work is on fire situation? Okay.
To be fair, creepiness aside, it looks really cool if you stand right inside someone
It
that's
does.
the same character model as you, so you see the two models shifting as they're just a little bit out of sync in their idle poses. Like, it looks really cool.
And if you really zoomed in, you get to see the inside of their teeth and stuff.
Like the two of that
That's
earthen
more
lady.
on the creepy side.
The two pieces, the earthen lady that you do the Titan discs down there, Brinth or whatever, there's always two of her. Kind of inside each other.
That's missing
But they're
Kela.
moving around differently. Okay. Nobody noticed but me?
No. I'll have to go look after we're done.
Also, we need to get somebody to fight fires for Elle so they don't interrupt work.
Let me at him.
Right.
You know what, Ollie, you could...
Olu could. Who, talks in circles?
Watch your step.
Emma and Wrath. Ed, and now, oh, nope. Nope. We'll try that again.
So how rude are we allowed to be when fighting the fires?
Elle should be able to keep her job.
I
Do it stuck
badly
together and I
probably
couldn't get them.
err on the side of rude.
Particularly lately. She's
Then
just
it's
like-
when you start your email with "Listen up, fuck nut." Per my
you
last
wanna hear
fucking
about
email.
You want to hear about the kind of business emails I used to send? I don't know how I didn't get fired for those.
What did you get fired for?
Sabotage.
I once
They,
sent
set
an
me up
email
and
to
then
some lady.
fired me for it.
I once sent an email to some lady and attached like peer-reviewed research to it, because she was so wrong.
When he said sabotage, I thought you were like admitting that you sabotaged them. And got caught.
You were fired for citing a source?
No, I think he just said he used to.
See, I'm
two
professional in
different
my
people were
work
talking
email.
there. No, I got sent down to a different state for like extra training so that we could take on more contracts, and then they told us, okay, it ends this day, and then the next day they contacted literally everybody in the training but me and said we're gonna do like a couple hours today before we disperse, and then they said I didn't show up for work despite the fact that I had at no point been communicated to about this, and they fired me for it.
Stupid. Roach and Kelly, did you guys get reses?
I could use a repair of some sort.
Ooh, a repair would be lovely.
Somebody else got a Jeeves, or
Oh, it
shall I
absolutely
hop
was
my-
stupid, but apparently
Possibly?
if you would please, Kela.
Okay, here's a scrap.
But yeah, apparently the president of the company thought I was coming for his job.
Oh.
Were you?
I love the
Actively?
silence.
Just
You're
so
like,
dramatically
I
that
mean-
we went from being one of the worst, like on the chopping block for losing our contract to literally being the number 2 in the nation. And the only reason we didn't go for number 1 is because my boss said, "Hey guys, don't go to number 1 because then we have like all eyes on us."
Alrighty, let's see.
No, see, Tan, I liked my direct boss. He was actually phenomenal. He was the reason I was at that job despite it being so miserable for so long. It was his support and just being the best.
You are cutting out a lot.
Yeah.
I'd say that the internet issue hasn't quite resolved for day access yet.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Here we go.
1.
This is where he disconnects.
And move.
Watch your step.
Vin and Wrath. This one will be Ed and Nauman. Everyone in. Everyone in. Bombs out, everyone else forward. Dodge and return to boss. And move. Gather up for roots. Move out of the poop when he can.
Watch your step.
Big toxin circle
Watch your
soon.
feet. Watch your feet.
Nira and Emma. This will be the day access and tan pop. Watch your feet.
Get knocked outward.
Everyone in, everyone in. Bombs out, everyone else forward. This is the quick turnaround for dodging and returning. And we're moving out again. Res for flame. Yep.
Watch your step.
Blades coming in. Group for roots.
Watch your feet.
Move out of that.
Move to square.
Kela and Withers. Make sure you stay up parallel to the boss. We're not in poop. Perfect. This is
Watch
Rowan
your
Nalu. Watch the blades.
Get knocked out.
Shit.
Ooh. So
The blades made me run right into it.
yeah, that I do not like. That's why I don't like doing the third one. It's so hard to not run into them. All right, we'll try it again. Although I suppose we should probably go on break first because I only have like 3 minutes left of my class. So. Hit my minute. Do they like upload new ones of these like every day, Wrath? Like what?
Nope.
But I've seen like 1 repeat, but only 1 repeat.
I think I saw the bit by bit one before.
Alright, well, I will put up our break time and we'll be back in 7. Res should go out for people if you want to res before.
My team has banned Jira, but the developers still use it.
Scrap pot. Oh, I just went away. Just kidding. Alright, here's your timer. Be back in 7. I don't even know where you put me.
Did your camera bug out into the floor?
Totally did. I see like
Yeah.
Withers is like looking up his butt into his head. It's terrifying.
Yeah, that place has fucking amazingly weird collision.
I'm actually really weirded out by the shape of an what are these called? Not owlet. Owlbear skulls. Honestly.
What?
You heard me? Somebody's wearing underwear.
Wearing clothes, yes.
Wait,
Are you
what?
on top of me? Cause
Are you underwear?
I don't know. Whoever you put on top, it's a Draenei. I think that's a Draenei.
Oh, that's me. I'm trying to get more people, yo.
I like this all of questioning. I don't really know how to respond.
Hold on, hold on.
What the hell? I
Shivers.
stopped running as soon as I was flying in the air.
Oh, you don't know how to do it, you fool!
Sacrifice myself for the greater good.
Just saying, this is my current view. I don't even know what that thing is. Is that a belt? Is that a hat? Is Caleb over here?
Caleb's just jumped
Threw
up,
me off
but I
the
think that,
edge.
yeah.
Oh, nope, that's not Caleb then. So what's that thing in the middle there? I can see it with it. Whoa, well.
I think it's just you and Wither. No, Kongseal as well.
Everything.
That is quite the view.
I'm gonna get more people here.
I can't even fix it.
You can't fix what?
My view. I can't scroll in or out or anything. That's just what.
Yeah, no. This particular area just fucks with your camera, and that's the end of it.
Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, it's not, but it really is. You can also see your sheathed weapon.
Oh, you can fix it by sitting.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway, Ben's joining the fun now as well.
Somebody's got a glowing red something in their middle.
Nice try, Quartz.
Maybe next time.
That must be somebody else's belt.
Ah, shit.
Oh, there we go.
No more fun.
Guess you've had some really good one-liners today. I appreciate you.
Can you do the same thing on the other side? No. But yeah, all you have to do is walk into the, there's like this weird invisible wall, and you just walk into it, and then you just fall down into that little nook.
Is this invisible wall?
Just like keep on walking into it.
I love the view.
It's wild here. Oh my god, there must be like a night elf now?
Like oceanfront
That
property.
would be me.
Only there's no ocean and no property.
What's interesting is
There's
my
now a
camera's
cow.
not stuck in that view. If I
Really?
like move, I can zoom back out and be outside.
So
the back.
I think the original like place that I got into there is like extra bugged to the camera. Cause I walked in and then I backed up instead of just keep on walking forward. And I got myself really wedged in between stuff.
Is that like inside somebody's leg? What?
If you wanna get off, you can jump back up.
No, I'm just, we got like another minute left. I'm just gonna try to figure out if I can identify body parts. That's cool. Oh! Oh my god! Oh! No, there we go. That's wild. Whoop! There we go.
I don't think you can do it on that side, Kung.
I wouldn't know you
this-
could do it on the other side unless somebody tried it, so you never know.
You know, I've been barely paying attention, but I think it might be just better out of context. This has been weird.
Yes. Where's the tail coming from? I guess the fluffy one looks kind of like a dog tail.
That's probably
At this point, I don't know.
See, when I look up, I can see Rose's whole face, but framed through her torso.
That's what Withers was doing, because his was a head meat, so I could see the owl skull and like all of the outline of the feathers. It was very strange. Oh, somebody else is here now. Torin? Nope, I have no idea what you are. Very loinclothy.
There should now be purple in now.
There is some purple. Okay, checking to see who's back.
I swear that this isn't a death trap as well. You guys can get out, but I have not seen many people do so.
Oh, that's my
pretty
underwear
easy
that you're
to get
looking
out
up
of.
at now.
So judging by the content on Red Note, China has a lot of young women who want to be professional rock guitarists.
It's an Emma and Elle. And
I have to be very careful I'm facing the right direction.
Yep.
Sorry, I have heard that. Did you say on
Sorry.
on Red Note people wanted to be guitarists?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen more people just playing guitar on Red Note than I ever saw on TikTok.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna play with trying to get that app, considering my job.
Why is your body at the start?
Because she
It's
fell
like-
off the edge.
I released like
released.
Because I'm dumb. I'm coming back. Make sure we get our buffs and stuffs back on while
Can
we're.
we get a Vapeo as well? And potentially a Summon Stone, I guess.
Well, actually, both of my options are on cooldown, so maybe somebody else has something? I mean, the scrap bot will be up in 50 seconds, so...
Kela, if you were talking, I couldn't hear a word you said.
She
I
said
could hear.
Scrap Bot will be up in 50 seconds.
Ah. It's not like I even had you that, like, low.
You might need to reload, Piana. That happens to me sometimes where people are like fully alive but marked as dead. And I believe if you try, you won't be able to heal me, so. Okay. Alright, do we have food? Food for second half to access?
Sorry, yeah, give me just 1 second responding to somebody real quick.
That was one of the more fun break times we've had.
Oh, and the Axis, in response to your thoughts, I only downloaded it because I hate Mark Zuckerberg.
Scrapbot is up.
Well,
Food is
There are
up.
better alternatives to Facebook and shit.
I would kind of want to do it for the same reason, but again, I work for the federal government, so,
Yep.
you know.
Also,
So what you're saying is get red dot on your government issued phones?
I
don't have a government
They have a
issued
tactical flip
phone.
phone.
However, I do have the FBI looking over my shoulder constantly because I'm being vetted for a clearance, so I don't
So they really
wanna
love red
mess
dot.
with that.
Yeah. Make sure you repair it while the scrap bot's up, everyone. Refresh your lock rocks. Eat your second flask.
I have two phones, so my work phone has Facebook. Because
The other one's for Pokemon
my
Go.
Work does
Yes, sir.
announcements on Facebook for some reason, and then my personal phone has Red Dot.
Ready checkers, fill the pools.
So you did
Make sure
swear
you've got
to
your stuff.
uphold the Chinese Constitution?
What?
The sign-up process for Red Note, you have to swear to uphold the Chinese Constitution and practice socialism.
Missing Kess.
I'm a democratic socialist, so.
I mean, also, but like, I just thought it was funny that like people are moving en masse to explicitly like
Well,
the
they can't read Mandarin, so.
Where is that?
Google
Everybody said they were ready, so let us focus up and kill the queen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You serious, Nalu?
Yep.
I'm gonna ask questions after this boss. Alright, and move. First one's coming in.
Watch your
Nomin and Ed. Two, four, we're a little bit behind the boss.
Get knocked outward.
Ed and Nauman. Everyone in, everyone in. Bombs out, and everyone else forward. Dodge and return to boss. And move. And group for roots after the move.
Watch your step.
Out of the poop. Regroup. Toxin circles. Emma and Withers.
Get knocked out.
Everyone in. Deaxis and Tan. Bombs out. Everyone else dodge and return to boss.
I can't believe I didn't kill it.
Out of the poop. Blades.
Watch your step.
Group for roots. Break them, break them. In the back. Out of the poop. Nira and L. Both a little bit further away than normal, but don't panic.
Get knocked outward.
Everyone in. Bombs out. Everyone else dodge.
Phase change. Pulling in.
Wave.
Pulling in.
New wave coming in.
Phase 2.
Hey, 1, 3, 5 yellow, 2, 4, 6 orange. Dodge swirlies and balls.
Get
Into
knocked
position
outward.
for the knock.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Lame.
Stay away from lines. Pulling in. Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines.
Worshipper's the target.
Stay away from lines.
Watch the yank. Pulling in.
Stay away from lines.
We had to finish off the skitterers.
Watch your feet.
Yeah, you guys had 2 people dead. I almost told you guys to res one of the DPS, but it's so hard to do in between platform.
Well, I'm not calling anyone out, but Homer was on the wrong side.
Stay away from lines.
Sucker 5 was yellow.
How is that not calling Owen out?
Because it's Homer.
It is yellow, but you're not on the yellow side right now. You're on orange.
Oh my god, I can't see colors.
It's okay. So gonna say that.
Fire this man, please.
I was getting
Wait,
you as
wait,
well.
are you actually colorblind?
No, I'm just stupid.
Chubby is colorblind though, but stay dead, bro. Stay dead.
Oh, I was gonna say the shapes if he was.
Armor.
Is orange
Just
yellow
follow me.
colorblindness?
I can't see anybody, Flame. I'm not gonna be able to find you.
Can't even see himself.
Yes, to the extent possible, if we can group that, it'll help us cleave them down. Just sometimes it's hard with the yanks that go out. So. You guessed great, Tan.
I did. I'm really proud of myself for not killing us.
Kela, did you get the res?
Why would I reselect the boss? I don't know. I freaked out.
I honestly freak out inside every single time it's my turn. I'm like, do not fuck this up. Do not fuck this up.
So, who's laying odds that the end boss of the Undermine is going to be the rabbit that owns Galawix's soul?
Ooh.
There's a rabbit that owns someone's soul.
I'm sorry, what? I mean, I'm hoping it's Galliwix himself. I hate that guy.
I was riffing off of Emma's statement.
It's Miss Anenu.
Well, in BFA, the final boss was gonna be a seagull that had been
5, 4.
that word from Mythic Plus that I forgot.
1.
Bolstered a million times.
Vayne is coming in. Watch your feet.
Those
Lou?
fucking seagulls, man.
As for Vayne.
Watch your step.
Warts and Kela. This is Ed and Nauman Pops.
Get knocked out.
Everyone in. Bombs out. Roots coming in. Oh, move first. Then Roots. Oh, flames down. Just kidding. Whoomp it is. Off we go.
Look, we all saw what happened in Monty Python when you disrespected the rabbit, so...
It's true.
Watch your step.
Could we get more lock rocks for the next pull?
I'm just having such a
Ed,
good
do we
time
want to
being-
talk about how many do we want to talk about how many queen kills I have versus everyone else?
No.
Everyone else but Gemma. She beats me out so bad.
Yes, well, Gemma's a
Gemma's
special
just
kind of
made
case.
of something else.
Some people have to pay extra for that.
But are we just talking about a one dune or all of them? D-axis.
She crazy. In a good way.
He has so many kills.
All right, Ricky Bobby, calm down.
Let me just get my buffs on.
Are we summoning someone?
I asked Tyrell, but he hasn't answered me. So if he doesn't answer me, we'll go without him. But we're just on it.
Oh, take the
Yeah,
potion if you forgot about it.
Listen, Kela, Kung, Withers. Yes, that one right there is yellow. The yellow star.
Okay, just checking.
5, 4, 3,
Here we go.
1.
And move. Toxin circles. Anu and Azrat.
Get knocked outward.
Everyone in. Ed and Nauman. Bombs out. Everyone else forward. Return to boss. Move.
Watch your feet. Watch your step. Watch your feet.
Moving up a little bit. Armor and Withers. This is the Deaxis and Tan. Move. Res for flame. Heals on Vein in the meantime.
Darkness on your vein.
Watch your step.
Watch blades. Gonna need to group up for roots.
Watch your feet. Move to diamond. Watch your step.
Watch blades.
Get knocked outward.
Watch the yep. Everyone in, everyone in.
Watch your feet. Phase change. Pulling in.
Waves coming in.
Pulling in.
The pull coming in.
Pulling in.
It's the pull.
Phase 2.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, we should just fall over and try again. And Tyrell said he'd join us too, so. can jump off the edge rather than standing here, sorry.
The stronger species prevails.
Oh, do you have a stone?
Do you have a stone? Oh my gosh. I have to say, I don't know if this is true of you, Nalu and Roach, or anyone else who has kids. I have this tendency right now to like turn everything into a song because like I'm trying to make it fun so like she doesn't lose her bananas or she does what I want, right? My students this morning when I was in class weren't like it asked for volunteer to do this one thing and nobody was doing it, and so I was like I literally had my dry erase markers in my hand and I made up a dry erase marker song. I was like, what am I doing?
Did everyone like it?
No, I think that they only took the job of writing on the board so that they could hear me stop singing. It was pretty bad.
Then it was effective.
It was.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Absolutely.
Also, Kela, just because you sounded kind of put off by what I was saying earlier, the only reason I was saying like how many kills I had is because Ed was like, Lockrocks.
Lock what?
What access is the internet?
Locks are for losers.
Locks.
Oh.
I'm
Can I
gonna
get a summon stone to summon two?
Discord real quick. I don't know.
We need to raid Deaxis's ISP.
Seriously. There's a walk stone right over now.
I would have thought Starlink could be more consistent than whatever he has.
That's the sad part. Because it isn't.
It's because the FBI keeps cutting in to look at what he's doing.
This guy, the FBI is just like, he's still on this fight?
According to our records, this is his 20th time killing it.
I will say, my cable company and my internet company were the same company, and then they stopped offering cable. So now my cable company is YouTube.
So what's it like having YouTube without ads?
Oh, I've had YouTube without ads for a long time, but I got YouTube TV because it had all of the channels that my wife liked to watch and Hulu didn't.
Oh.
Also, YouTube TV is like $20 a month cheaper than Hulu.
Missing Tan and
I'm
Elf.
ready. I just
Okay.
wanted to see if I could get the right race. It's not
Okay.
All the sports.
Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is this any better at all?
Much.
Yes. Move. First toxin circle's coming in.
Watch your step.
I'll move.
Can't believe Elon let himself get caught buying boosted
Get knocked
characters.
upward.
Everyone in. Ed and Nelman. Bombs out. Everyone else a little bit forward. Dodge and return to boss. And move. Group up for roots.
Watch your feet.
Out of the poop when you can.
Watch your feet.
One in the back. Should we move up towards the boss? Anyone Azrat?
Get knocked upward.
Run in. Deaxis and Tan. Everyone out. Dodge and return to boss. This is the quick move. Res for Vayne.
Watch your step.
Blades. We are sadly down 2 healers, so we probably should just weep boop and try again.
Yeah.
Anyway, since I can apparently be understood now, the reason that I was saying anything about my queen kills is because Ed was saying that lock rocks are for winners, so I was making an argument for him to drop it.
The stronger species prevails.
Okay, Wrath, that is just a joke from this game.
So
Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure that's just L/silly, isn't it?
Yeah, for humans?
It's humans, probably.
Back to the yellow we go.
Pretty sure.
Human also has one that's like 3 minutes long.
The Lord of the Rings.
Rings.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings ripoff. Yeah.
I think it's a Brotherhood of
That's
the
some
Bracelet or whatever.
First war humor right there.
Hey, the king's back. Yeah, that one.
A Murloc named got him.
I recalibrated into a blood elf, and oh my god, I'm so used to how tall Dren eyes are on my screen, I couldn't see myself.
Why I can't do the... I don't like it when I'm anything other than who I'm supposed to be because I get lost.
I like how the transmog looks, though, actually.
Well, that I could get behind, yeah. Alright, get your buffs and stuff back on, and let's try this again.
I'm rocking the L no feet look.
Not no feet. If it's no,
No
feet, that's
shoes.
very different. I was rocking the look way before Xalatath.
5,
Dim
4,
toes.
3, 2.
One of the faction leaders in Guild Wars is the Barefoot Queen. She never wears shoes.
And move. Fox in circles.
Watch your step.
Emma in court.
What happens now?
Get knocked out.
Everyone in. Ed and Nauman. Pull the poppin'. Bombs out. Everyone else forward. Move. Group for roots.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
Watch your feet.
Get L when she's dead.
Yeah. Fox in circles.
Watch your get knocked out.
Everyone in. Deaxis and Tan. Bombs out. Everyone else forward.
Where did half of everyone's health go?
Watch
We
your
got hit
step.
with the Lockify.
Nope.
Takedown.
That was so close.
Y'all, we've got this on farm. Come on.
Some of us do.
Yeah, so
Evidence would
farming,
seem
you
to say
mean
not.
pre-industrial farming? Then yes.
The big hit was probably like, I think it's 8 seconds after the poison drops. There's a big like
Watch your
dot
step.
that hits everyone,
Get
Yeah.
knocked
so
out.
that can get pretty nasty if it's not accounted for.
I've been ramping on 1 and 3 for the dots.
I feel like there's a joke there somewhere.
Oh, I assumed that.
Oh,
I assumed that our healers already knew, considering you guys have to account for it pretty regularly.
I feel like the most valuable one for like raid ride defensives though is the second one because the liquefy follows it right up afterwards. So if
really
you have
does.
a defensive, please use it.
Flame, I see you lighting up, but I don't hear your voice.
That's because I wasn't talking. So does Zalatath remind anybody else of Lucifer from Constantine?
Yes. Now that you pointed out,
Just insofar as neither
I had
wears
not
shoes.
thought about that.
I'm assuming you mean the Tilda Swinton.
She
one,
plays
right?
an angel.
No.
She plays an angel.
She plays Gabriel. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Lucifer character and the way they move and the way they come into the screen.
See, I don't hear what you say unless you pronounce it Constantine.
It's the same guy who played Chernobog in the American Gods TV show. I don't know his name.
He
That's
also
it.
did Volkswagen commercials.
It's a
Reza
shame.
should
It's
be
a,
out.
it's a real shame that show doesn't exist anymore.
Jimmy McGillicuddy is his name.
And Jeeves is still up if anybody needs it, or everyone should just use it again because it's still up. Kong, now when did you guys get res, or were you too far away on the other side?
Too far.
Okay.
wait, where's Jeeves?
I think we're talking about Peter Stormare.
Yeah.
Right here, thank you.
He
Oh,
was
I
no,
also
promise you
in
it's Jimmy
Fargo,
McGillicuddy.
the original film.
Don't be a teacher, mage food.
Well, I guess I was wrong because I was thinking Tilda Swinton, but you're right that she played Gabriel. I remember now. Whatever. I just really like
Still
Tilda
seems
Swinton.
odd to me that Gabriel.
All jokes aside, you want
Yeah,
to see
still seems
a
odd to me that
movie with
Gabriel
Tilda Swinton
would
that's
have
really kind of disturbing? We need to talk about Kevin. That one's kind of a disturbing movie.
Have you seen Only Lovers Left Alive?
Yeah.
My favorite Tilda Swinton movie. And
I like John Hurt in that too.
Ready to check for the poll.
If you like Tilda Swinton, please watch
and
the
Rasmus.
Suspiria remake. Please watch that. It's so good.
Come back to me, Al. Slap some water on your face. Let's go.
Only Lovers Left Alive is also my favorite Loki movie.
5, 4,
Good point.
3,
Here we go.
1.
And move. First toxin circles.
Watch your step.
Kela and Azrat. Group 1-3 is very far in the back. Don't panic, but just move now. Thumbs out.
Does the distance affect the timing on popping the nipple?
Yes.
Okay.
And how long it takes for people to get there. Move. Press for a vein. Group for roots, sorry.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
Two toxin circles, Vin and cast.
Get knocked upward.
Hey, this is Deaxis and Tan. Extra love on a vein.
Thank you for saying, because I forgot.
Yep. Okay, we're good.
Wow, I really shouldn't
Moving,
take that
moving.
wave to the face, should I?
Watch your step.
Watch blades. Root for root. Oh, nope, just kidding. Flames down, we've got no res.
Watch your feet.
I'm gonna go with the, we
This is
clearly need to
alright.
get out of our heads again, because this is what happened the other night, and we got like almost all the way on the first pull, and we messed around in phase 1 for a long time, so let's
Watch
just
your
remember,
step.
we can do that, and yes, Dax, just go ahead.
Oh, it was honestly unimportant, but I was just gonna ask, isn't Suspiria like a Giacomo film?
They remade it. So it is an old Italian movie, but they remade it on Amazon, and the remake is really, really good.
I was just wondering because I love horror, but I'm honestly not a fan of Giacomo style. So
It is not the same sort of style as the first Suspiria. They're like, it's just the plot is similar.
I thought the point of this first Suspiria was the style.
It is.
So, okay.
Some people like it, some people don't. It's a very polarizing style. It's very colorful.
So they just said, let's make the same plot but without the style?
It's a really good movie, though. Like, please don't dismiss it. It's one of my favorite movies.
I'm not going to dismiss it. It seems odd. Because, like, the only thing I knew about Suspiria was that it was horror and that it had a very striking style that people had patented things off of.
The remake still has a striking style. It's just not the same sort of style as the original Suspiria.
Thank you.
Eat your mage food?
I get out of my depth
Hold
really
back up.
quickly, Yvain, on this topic.
The original is also really good, but you have to like that style of Italian cinema, which is polarizing.
Ready, check, for the pull.
Since we're mentioning Only Lovers Left Alive actors and being favorite parts, I really like John Hurt in that movie, but that's my favorite John Hurt part is the Doctor.
Hey, have you guys seen Morbius? It's a good movie.
I heard it was.
5, 4,
It's Morbid time.
3, 2,
Did they say that?
Here we go.
Did they say it's Morbid time? Because
And move. Hawks and circles.
watch your step.
Near and Vin.
Get knocked
2-4, we are right behind boss. Ed and Nauman. Bombs out, everyone else forward. Res for Vane. Move.
do we need to throw an external on Yvain in that phase, or?
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
Have the blades when you can. Throw an Ed. This is number 2.
Get knocked out.
Everyone in, so Deaxis and Tan. Bombs out, everyone else forward. Dodge and return to boss. Move.
Watch your step.
Okay, Root's coming in. Move out of the poop when you can.
Move to diamond.
Nalu and Kela.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
Kind of a little bit behind 2-4, but Move, move, move.
Defensives.
Phase change. Pulling in. Pulling in.
I want defensives on this
Say,
pro.
John?
Pulling in. Phase 2.
1, 3 yellow, 2, 4, 6 orange.
Interrupt 2. Interrupt 3.
Position for the knock.
4, 3.
Don't think we'll have enough DPS, but we'll know it pretty quick.
Stay away from lions. Pulling in. Stay away from lines.
Do have a res.
Probably just toss it on a healer for us to res up afterwards, because we've lost a lot of people.
Is that a wheat woo?
Yep.
Stay away from lines.
You could jump off the cliff.
I think somebody had a soulstone, so stay dead.
You can also
Point of interest.
abuse the release thing and it teleports you back over here.
Yes, stay access.
Sorry, most of what I'm saying tonight is honestly very unimportant, but Yvain was absolutely right. I was getting the terminology wrong. It's not Giaco, or whatever I was saying, it's Giolo.
Yes. I should have spoke up because I knew that.
So if nobody knew what I was talking about, it's because... it's
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Jello is Italian horror.
It's a
very
very specific
schlocky.
version of Italian horror.
Gelato
Is that like
is
the same as
ice
culo
cream,
in
right?
Spanish? Spanish film?
I don't know Italian, but I think I heard that it was kind of like similar to ghoul, like that type of meaning to it.
Yeah, so like culo in Spanish film.
Yvain just gave the definition in chat, and I couldn't tell you. I can speak Spanish fairly well, but not Italian.
Generally, if you watch one of his movies, you know very quickly.
Okay.
I like everything that Troma puts
We
out.
get more lock rocks, please.
Oh, nummy locks.
Thank you.
So do you like a quarts of gelato?
Yeah, I'd eat it.
Gallons? Pints?
Alright, everybody said they were ready.
Honestly, I imagine gelato is sold in metric units, so it'd be CCs.
5,
I've been picking on you a lot lately, Wrath. You and Daxus.
1.
I'm a service provider. They're dog shit.
And move. Box and circles coming in.
Watch your step.
Bro and Kela. They're both a little bit far away. Don't panic though.
Nope. We had
Okay.
triggered it.
Try again. That's on a healer if we have it.
I'm just gonna assume Al has a stole stone.
We do have a bunch of nipple touchers tonight.
I know it's
Goodness.
tempting, but just
So
don't.
what were you saying about me being picked on?
Oh, your internet tonight earlier was just... Like in the last couple weeks, we've had a handful of people whose ISPs have just been like, bleh.
I don't know what it is. It is literally just World of Warcraft. Everything else on my computer runs just fine.
Yeah.
But
Discord was in.
World of Warcraft, particularly in conjunction with Discord, has been fucking with me.
Anybody not get the res?
So, for people who wanted an in-depth discussion of 1930s horror cinema, I have a friend who wrote a book about it. It's
How'd you
called
get the res?
Birth of Monsters, a guide to 1930s horror cinema.
As much as I'd be inclined to read that, I would probably just touch base with a friend of mine who has, for some reason, a literal doctorate in, what is it? Movie criticism? I don't remember what the actual title is, but that's essentially it.
Ready, check.
Rhea?
Dancing. I've never never looked at something and went, I get it. So relatable.
But Bauhaus never made fun of Ed Wood.
They said they were ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stop the ascension of my empire!
And move.
I really appreciate it.
Res for Kung, please.
Watch your step.
Near and Quartz.
1-3 is way back.
Get knocked upward.
Everyone in. Head and Nelman. Bombs out. Everyone else forward.
Did Kung DC?
I'm thinking maybe.
Oh, hey, Tommy.
There he is. Move.
All right, so Tommy, the next. Oh, he's gone though.
Root for roots.
Watch your step.
The poop.
Watch your feet.
Circles coming in.
Are there any?
Ed and Piana.
I don't know what I'm looking for.
Watch your feet.
This is number 2. So this is Deactus and
Yes.
Tan. Everyone in.
Okay, thank you.
I just didn't remember what I was looking for.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I
Bombs out.
appreciate
Everyone
it.
else forward.
Rhea.
Alright, let's fall over and we'll do it one more time.
Watch your step.
Oh no, did I fuck that up with my bomb somehow?
No. I feel like we lost so many people because I fucked up like 2 of my vamps though.
Well, unless you beat an 81, it's my fault.
Okay, Piana, that took me
Uh,
way
it's
too
still-
long.
Someone almost.
It's still a mage's fault.
Someone almost immediately broke the 81.
Emma just channeled my deep inner beliefs. Oh, that's hilarious. I am so gonna say that to my spouse the next time they're like, really, that's your fault, is it? I'm gonna be like, yes, give us your blame. It sustains me.
Do you roll for blame IOL as well?
No, no, I just take it all because it's mine.
Maybe we should give you some dice.
Yes, maybe.
Just up here.
Yes, maybe.
Bro, if Abby did that, I would just not go to sleep ever in my life.
That's fair. Okay, last pull. Let's get all the way to phase 3 and Killer Dead.
Tailing off our horror conversation, a lot of my favorite horror movies are from the 40s, so.
And that is why I forgive you for so many of your offenses.
Here we go.
5, 4,
I walked with a zombie.
And move. Talks in circles.
watch your step.
Come in quartz.
Get knocked out.
Everyone in. Ed and Nelman for the poppin'. Bombs out. Everyone else forward. And move. Group up for roots.
Watch your step.
The poop out of the poop. Rest for rain. Rowan Withers. I got it almost. Everyone in.
Get knocked outward.
Tan and Deaxis. Everyone out. Then dodge and return to boss quick. Whoop. Wompty wompty. That was the liquefy again too, wasn't it?
It was the
Watch your
acid,
step.
acid explosion after the liquid line.
Yeah, so the combo. Well, at this point I don't
That's
think we
been-
have Ben, what's killing you too, Evane?
Well, something is different. I feel like I've been hitting the taunts at the right time, but something else comes in and takes us over the edge, like
Yeah.
Flame just said. It just feels a little different tonight for some reason.
Yeah. Well,
And at first, and I might be right, but I'm probably wrong, I felt like the first couple of alerts from DBM and, what is it, Little Wigs, were correct. But afterward, I had to anticipate them and hit the taunts a little bit early to make them work.
okay, interesting. Well, we don't have really time to do a whole nother pull, so we'll stop here. I have a pet to roll on. People keep selling it to me, and I keep forgetting them to bring to raids. So if you want a Sister of Temptation, pet for the game.
Did you update your DBM like right before raid? Because for some reason I had to update it like twice today.
I did not. Let me see.
Anyone else? Otherwise, it is a news pet.
And if anyone would like to have a word about Giallo films and what's good and bad about them, I'll be in 5 for a few minutes.
Also, don't forget Sunday we're gonna do our achievement run. So sign up if you want to come. And then we'll come back to Queen next Thursday. So
I will definitely come along. Bullshit that we did.
night all. See you next time.
Good everybody.
I just thought back to when we were saying that the FBI is scouting out the Axis. I would like to believe that they're just going like, oh shit, okay, should we invite him to our raiding team?
Oh no! I mean, they've literally interviewed me twice in the last like 6 months.
Yeah, but we said that as the explanation for why your internet was acting up.
Because the FBI kept patching in.
I mean, that's probably just because I'm running on like a 12-year-old computer at this point.
You know, actually, that sounds like it might be the issue.
Nah, it's the FBI.
Yeah, we blame all the problems on the FBI, yo.
Blame Canada.
It's America now, thank you.
I'm telling you.
I did have to report that I'm in. I did have to report that I'm in regular contact with Canadian citizens, actually.
That's so fun.
Wow.
Hola.
Hey.
CurseForge is messing with me, so I'm going to be up a second.
Okay.
I can't remember how I first logged into CurseForge. Well,
I will say I'm admittedly not super familiar with Giallo films. It's really just Suspiria. I watch them because of Red Letter Media, specifically. Like, I watch a lot of them.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I know Jay with Red Letter Media is a big fan of like those old Italian horror movies, and I really like the style of Suspiria. So I'd love to see more because they're always referencing like those things that are so indicative of Italian cinema, like the very stark colors and like the crazy props and stuff like that.
You got a pen?
I don't currently know.
All right.
Do you have a way to take notes?
Yeah, make a sticky note or something on your computer.
I'm gonna make a sticky note now. Go.
Okay, let me preface this by saying I came to Giallo rather late in life and reluctantly because, like you, I saw the problems with it, and that kept me away for a while, but then I started getting into it, and I saw that there were a lot of bad ones, really, and bad is the wrong word. Tacky, cheesy, pulpy, and here's the word that I want to use in 2 different ways at the same time. Common films. And later I got over my pretentiousness and the common started to appeal to me more.
Yeah.
So, Giallo, I think I mentioned this in chat, it comes from, it's basically the Italian version of Pulp Fiction. And I'm going to warn both of you right up front, a lot of it is very misogynist, so you got to be prepared for that.
Sure.
But that said, there's some really awesome roles for women in these films, and sometimes it's not entirely misogynist. So there's some good among the bad, and there's a lot of horror in it. And if you want to see the protagonist be a woman who's in peril, the Giallo films are for you. Now, the guy that you ran into with Suspiria is Dario Argento, and he's weird because he changed Giallo films. He primarily I think it was him, introduced the element of the supernatural to Giallo films, which were previously mostly slasher thrillers.
Right.
So, your viewing list for tonight, students, starts with Mario Bava's great but super cheesy film, Bay of Blood. And when you watch it all the way through, you will understand the enormous impact it has had on slasher films throughout the world. It is pretty much the seed that was planted that created American slasher films.
Interesting.
Oh.
Now, there is another seed, one that lay dormant for 10 years before that one was planted. And that is a much misunderstood and lately very much appreciated British film made by a previously celebrated director whose career was almost completely ruined by a film that came out, I think, the same year as Psycho, but was reviled because of its outre subject matter. And yet these days people look at it as a film that transformed cinema and may in fact be the first English language slasher film. It's called Peeping Tom, and I do recommend it. I saw it recently for the second time and was much more impressed with it now that I can compare it to the guy's other films like The Red Shoes, which you should absolutely see. Brilliant magical realist retelling of a Hans Andersen fairy tale, which basically emphasizes the simple truth that men who try to control women will destroy them and are just horrible beings. But it's a beautiful film with some of the most celebrated dance scenes ever consigned to film. That's The Red Shoes. But the film that links us to Giallo is Peeping Tom, which I think was done in 1960 or possibly 64. Maybe Psycho was 60 and Peeping Tom was 64. And it's actually, despite the old-fashioned acting and the casting of a German speaker as an Englishman, which is completely unconvincing, kind of works because he's meant to be an outsider and he's a weirdo that way.
Hello, yes, I am very British.
It's interesting how Giallo films affected slashers so much, just like Sergio Leone affected like modern action films via Quentin Tarantino.
Okay, I love Tarantino's early films. I'm a little prejudiced against him because of his later films, which I find really tired. But
where does Ignoble Bastards fall in that?
That's where it started to go wrong. I agree with you. Inglourious Bastards, which had some good things about it, but he just kept making the same goddamn movie over and over again.
He really did, didn't he?
Embarrassing. But the early films, up to about Jackie Brown, were fucking awesome and raw. And
True Romance is really good too. I know he only wrote the script for that, but
I love that
really
film
good
too.
Movie. Yeah.
And these days we would call it problematic, but holy shit, problematic in all the right ways.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with like problematic cinema as long as there's some artistic merit to it. To be honest.
I agree. I'm 100% with you on that. So back to Giallo. I wasn't into Giallo in the beginning. I saw a couple of Dario Argento films and I got interested, and I started watching actual Giallo. The ones that before Argento didn't have a lot of supernatural in them, but later did. And I'll recommend a couple of them to you. One is called, I'm going to have to look it up. Something in Black Lace. Give me a sec.
Blood and Black Lace?
That's the one. That's a famous one. It's a little old-fashioned, but I love it to pieces. I think it's a really good example of what Giallo is by itself, before Argento. Another one that does include Argento, well, a series of them with Argento are things like Inferno and Profondo Rosso. And the famous one whose name I'm forgetting. Give me a sec.
You said it's Profundo.
It's Deep Red is the English name. It's Profondo Rosso, which is the Italian name. You may find it under one of those two names. I have an Italian version, but sometimes they call it Deep Red.
Profundo, that's profound, isn't it?
Yeah, it also means, big, deep, like deep red.
Okay.
You know those romance languages? They always.
Oh, like profoundly red. Yeah.
Well, remember that since 1066, English is also a Romance language.
Oh no, I know. I'm aware. Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of other elements too, like some Germanic as well.
Yes, but in the beginning, it was. Well, I shouldn't say the beginning. The earliest that we start thinking of English is the Angles, who are English, and then the Saxons conquered. England is English is a language of conquest. Who conquered England and changed the language? And then later it becomes, who did England conquer and steal the words from?
True.
The words, the people, the resources.
Absolutely. And as much as an Anglophile as I am, I'm constantly aware of the colonial nature of the nation and how America in particular has adopted that title.
Well, I've got a list. So I've got Bay of Blood, Peeping Tom, The Red Shoes, Blood and Black Lace, Inferno.
Now remember, Red Shoes is a little bit of a tangent. It's not a Giallo film at all, but it shows you the trajectory of the director, whose name escapes me sadly. English director. He was famous in his day, but Peeping Tom killed his reputation. Not a Giallo film, but I also want to recommend. And this one's going to sound crazy, and it's not a great film, but it's a really good example of what Giallo is. It's I don't know how to. This is another problematic film, but I think it's problematic in a way that you will accept and embrace. It's called Never Torture a Duckling.
I mean, I'm against duckling torture.
That's another thing. A lot of, not all, but a lot of Giallo films have weird titles that involve an animal, like 9 Flies on Gray Velvet. That might be an Argento film. And Never Torture a Duckling. I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but there are actually dozens of them. If you ever subscribe to Shudder, they may still have a Giallo section, much of which is worth exploring.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Is that TTER or DDER?
Well, in Canada it's called Shudder. I think in the States it might have a different name.
No, it's DDER. It's not TT. It's DD.
Oh, it's definitely DD, but in the States is the same channel called Scream.
No, it's also called Shudder over here.
Okay, cool. I've been away a while.
No worries. Yeah, no, the only reason I know is I saw Late Night with the Devil a couple months ago, and it was a Shudder original.
Well, yes, sort of. What did you think of Late Night with the Devil?
So I liked it. I've heard the criticism that it is not period accurate as far as its cinematography. And I didn't love the AI being used for the bump screens.
Oh, that's
I really like David Dastmalchian a lot.
I love that dude, and that's the reason I watched the film, which disappointed me on almost every other level. I fucking love David.
I thought it was an interesting way of doing it. I had fun at the movie. It wasn't the best movie I'd ever seen, but it was like The Exorcist playing out on a late night talk show, which was, I thought, an interesting way of going about doing it. The ending kind of fell apart though, and I didn't love the final reveal of what the demon looked like at the end. I thought it was kind of cheesy and cheap looking.
Yeah. I think our tastes they overlap a lot. So please tell me, over the last 10 years or so, what are some of the horror films you recommend?
I love Suspiria. So I'll be honest, I hate jump scares. And I've just been kind of getting into a lot of horror movies recently. So I love Hereditary was a really good one that I liked.
I don't even think of that as a horror movie. I think of that as a dread movie.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
So effective.
that's what I look for in horror movies more so than I don't want to be like shocked, scared. I want to like feel dread throughout the entirety of the movie.
Midsommar?
I did. Yeah, I really liked Midsommar too.
Okay, in that case, I have the best recommendation you have ever had in your life.
Okay.
This comes with a caution. There are 2 films of the same name. The American one is fucking shit. It's horrible, and it makes the first one bad if you see the second one. Just see the first one. It's a Dutch film.
Okay.
And like the American film, it is advertised in the States as The Vanishing. But its Dutch title is Spoorloos. Spooloos. And I'm going to tell you nothing about it except that someone who loves Hereditary and Midsommar will love this film, and make sure that you have a hug prepared for after the film.
Fair.
It is a dread film.
What are some other ones I really like? Like, they're all gonna be recent because I've been watching a lot of stuff recently, but like I really liked Longlegs. I don't know what you feel about that. I've seen some polarizing.
I thought it was I don't have a clear cut up or down opinion of that. But there was a lot of great stuff in it, and there was a lot of stuff that disappointed me. I thought that it had some interesting ingredients. The director didn't hold it all together.
Yeah. Are you not a huge Oz Perkins fan?
You know, I don't know a lot about Oz Perkins. I know of Oz Perkins' reputation, but I can't remember the other films that I might have seen.
The Blackcoat's Daughter is probably the other one.
Sadly, I didn't finish that, and it probably wasn't the fault of the film. It was probably late at night, and I was tired. I didn't get pulled into it. Is that the one that stars that young woman from Mad Men, Kiernan Shipka?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, she turned out to be quite a sensational young actress. I would give that another try.
I really like The Blackcoat's Daughter. I thought I think Oz Perkins is a pretty good director, and I like Longlegs. I'm curious to know what about the direction you disliked about that.
I think, maybe I was hasty in blaming the director. It might have been as much the screenplay that bothered me, but I felt like the reveals, the twists, especially near the end, were heavy and clumsy, and they really disappointed me. I can't remember the name of the black actor who plays the unfortunate role of the character who turned.
Yeah.
I like the actor, but I thought that the moment you see him, there's a problem.
Yeah. I thought the whole conceit of it was kind of, when you find out it's just the devil, it's like it kind of takes the wind out of the sails of the movie a little bit.
It's been a while since I saw it, but a film that really impressed me at the time that it came out, that I would like to compare to Longlegs, is House of the Devil. Did you see that?
No, I haven't seen that.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's the same guy who did X, about which I have mixed feelings, and Maxine, about which I have negative feelings.
No, are you not a Mia Goth fan?
I'm not. I
don't know where
was. I'm tainted because I heard some things about her on set that made me think, well, she's a shitty person.
I'll hang on to it.
But
she's in the Suspiria remake. She doesn't have a huge role in this.
I liked her a lot in the really weird, but I thought rewarding, A Cure for Wellness, starring Dane DeHaan, which I always mistakenly think of as a movie set in the 20s, but it's not. It's set in the modern age, but it's set in a sanitarium that looks like it's set in the 20s.
Well, yeah, because they're not making new sanitariums anymore.
No, and it's somewhere in the Alps.
Thanks, Reagan. Yeah.
And it stars, I can't think of his name, an English actor who I really like, who hasn't quite broken out into the huge star he deserves to be. He played the father of Draco Malfoy in those regrettable
Jason
Harry Potter
Isaacs?
movies. I fucking love Jason Isaacs. He's in it.
He was one of my favorite voice actors in Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, yes, I forgot he was in that.
Which one did he voice?
He plays Enver Gortash.
How did you get so good at fixing a
One of the
Oh, of course he does.
He's terrific. He was in a two short-lived I want to say murder mystery
Would you bring me
series,
my
English murder
little
mystery series that
circle
I
from
kind
the
of liked.
butter pat?
It had a gimmick, of course, as they all do these days, but I forgave it for having him in it.
Yeah. I like Jason Isaacs a lot. He was the evil captain in the first season of Star Trek Discovery too.
Yeah, that was really
He was
good
really
too.
good in that.
I love that line he did. Context is for kings. That was
That was a good line. You know, the first season of that show, actually several seasons, but there's a point at which I think it turned the bend the wrong way. The writing was pretty darn strong until they started to write their own fan fiction.
Yes, I agree. Here's a speaking of Red Letter Media, actually, they did a funny kind of skit, kind of spoofing the writing style of Star Trek Discovery, and I think it's pretty funny.
Would you send me that?
Yeah, I will.
It's the same thing that happened to Brave New Worlds. I thought the first season was super solid, and the second one was the same writers deciding we're all very important writers, and now we are going to celebrate ourselves. It's fuck you.
All right.
Sorry if I've stepped on your toes.
No, you're like I really like Discovery, but
I was talking about Brave New Worlds at that point.
You mean Strange New Worlds?
I'll be right back, by the way.
I'm sorry, you're right. It is Strange New Worlds.
Yeah.
I really liked the first season. I thought it was super solid.
It was amazing. The first season was great.
I do not think that they earned the musical episode at all, and they did not have an episode in the second season that was as good as the worst episode in the first season.
Yeah, the musical episode was just no. Just no.
I like musical episodes, and that one just fell totally on its face for me. I was embarrassed for everyone involved.
Except the Klingons.
Were they rock and roll? I can't remember.
No, they were K-pop.
Okay, I didn't remember it at all. I kind of blanked out that bit, but I did like that it was a different style. On paper, you could see why somebody might, give you a little bit of my history. You know this already. I used to work for a Star Wars fan magazine, and so I read episode 3 before we saw episode 3 filmed. And when we saw it on paper, we thought, this could be really good. But what we didn't know was what they would cut and what they would change and how bad some of the acting and directing would be.
Are you talking about Revenge of the Sith?
Yes.
Oh. So there was a good version of that movie?
Well, there was a version that I was excited about before I saw how it got turned into the film. Part of what I disliked about the screenplay and also what we finally saw was there was this much longer section in the beginning where Obi-Wan and Anakin swim through liquid fuel on the Star Destroyer, and just the idea that this thing runs on gas blew my mind. I couldn't accept it.
Wow, no, just no. They cut that because I never heard of that. Right?
I still have that script around here somewhere. I probably shouldn't have it. But I'm sure it's been published on the internet already. Just realized why I couldn't find my browser, because it's been closed this whole time.
I hope, Kela, that you like that video. I think it's pretty funny. I like those guys. They're really funny to me. I'm a big fan of that channel. I think they do. They're like, I think they're the equivalent of like YouTube's like Siskel and Ebert, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Like this.
That name sounds familiar. I think I used to listen to them a long time ago, but I don't remember them.
Who,
now.
Siskel and Ebert?
No. Red Letter Media.
Oh. Yeah. I was gonna say that surprises me quite a lot. You might.
I remember Siskel and Ebert quite well. I do not remember Red Letter Media very well, but I do recognize their name.
They're just really they're probably some of the most prolific movie reviewers on YouTube in like the YouTube era.
So I checked a list of the best Giallo films, and the ones that I mentioned are on this list. But I'd like to add a couple of others. One of them isn't really a Giallo film. It's a Nicholas Rage. I can't. He's an Australian director. He's quite famous, quite good. It's a film starring Julie Christie and Donald Sutherland, and a lot of people put it on their best films of all time list. And it is ultimately kind of a Giallo film, even though it wasn't necessarily intended to be that. It's called Don't Look Now. Don't look it up. Absolutely do not get yourself spoiled on that film first. Watch it
What's
for
it
what
called?
it is. It's called Don't Look Now.
Don't Look
Watch
Now.
it
Okay.
and experience it for what it is, and then come back and let's talk about it. Because the first time I saw it, I was fucking pissed off. But over time, I started to think about it, and I read about it, and I realized there's nothing wrong with that film at all. It might actually be as great as people say.
I have a sort of tangential question because there was a film that I watched, and afterward it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was on IRC trying to find somebody to talk to about it. But it was Arlington Road.
I still haven't seen that all the way through. That's the one with Tim Robbins, right?
Tim Robbins and the Cusacks.
Yeah, I want to see that. I really want to see that, but
John and Joan?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool that they were both in it.
We like John.
I don't think I've ever seen them both in the same movie before.
Arlington Road.
Weren't they in a number of movies together when he was in his heartthrob period?
They might have been. I haven't seen a whole lot. Like, I haven't seen, like, High Fidelity and stuff like that.
I don't know, but I think she popped up now and then. That's not my genre of expertise, but I do like the Cusacks.
I really liked John Cusack in Being John Malkovich.
Yeah, that's a good film. I like that.
I don't think I've seen that
film.
one.
One last film that I will recommend. That is in the Giallo genre, sort of. Not really. It's a Mario Bava film, and he's considered one of the fathers of Giallo. And I don't think the film is Giallo. I think it's more like a Hammer horror film. And I'm going to mention it just because I see it on this list. It's called Black Sabbath. And it has one of the most awesome, I don't feel good about saying it, and having this associated with me, it has one of the most awesome torture murder scenes I've ever seen.
Oh, wow, yeah.
In a Hammer horror way, so it's not like torture porn. It's got a cool gimmick.
Is he strapped to a table with a laser?
No, but she gets her revenge.
No, Mr. Bond, I want you to die.
See, you say that, but I always think I'm selfish, I'm obscene. Do you know the music video I'm referring to?
I don't.
Look up, gosh, what is their name? Mike, what the fuck is the name of the band? I Get a Little Bit Genghis Khan is the name of the song. And the band is...
Looks like Mike Snow.
Yes, Mike Snow. They named themselves after the Japanese film director Takashi Miike.
Okay.
It's a delightful video. I think you'll enjoy it. And it's all about the homoeroticism in Bond films.
I'm checking it out right now.
The blatant, obvious homoeroticism?
Yes, and then the music video dials it up to Freddie Mercury, and it's fucking awesome.
Oh, it's literally the laser scene.
It is literally the laser scene.
This kind of reminds me of like Hot Chip videos. I don't know if you've ever heard of that band.
I haven't.
I have. Oh god, I haven't heard of them in a while. I love that one they did with the laser guy that everyone was getting lasered. That was so good. What's the name of that song?
I Feel Better.
Yes. That's where you should start with Hot Chip, Gavain. Is look up I Feel Better.
I Feel Better. All right, I've got it marked.
Also, Ready for the Floor is really good.
All right, I'm not gonna watch it now, but I'll watch it later.
I think Flutes is my favorite Hot Chip song.
I promise not to let the other.
Yeah, Flutes.
So please feed me. Let's talk anything about film. I love film so much.
Can do. I'm trying to get more into it. When I was in college, I was an art student, and I was doing like comic books and stuff, and I was really, really inspired by Kurosawa. So,
Okay, that's a great entree. One day, I was sitting in line at the Seattle Film Festival, waiting for a good seat, and I, as I used to do, maybe would still do, struck up a conversation with the people next to me, and they saw that I was reading a biography of Kurosawa and Mifune called The Emperor and the Wolf, and they squinted at me and they said, "So you like Kurosawa films?" And I said, "Yes." They said, "Well, what are some of your favorites?" And I named 3 or 4. And when I said Akiru and High and Low, they said, "Oh, so not just the samurai movies." And I had to say, no, not just the samurai movies, although Seven Samurai is the greatest fucking movie that was ever created.
I am unfortunately a bit of an amateur. I fell in love with the samurai movies, and I have not explored Kurosawa's other films.
You know, his samurai movies are fucking great. They are maybe the best samurai movies ever made. Although, now that I've said that, I want to recommend something else to you. Get your pencil.
I've got it.
These were made about 25 years ago. They started at the beginning of the 2000s, and one of the first ones stars your boyfriend, Sonata. What the fuck is his first name? You've seen him in Shogun and in the MCU, and anytime a Japanese dude shows up in English movies, it's him. Good-looking guy, probably close to my age, maybe more like Kela's age this year, or these days.
Hiroyuki Sonata?
Hiroyuki, yeah. Sonata. Very good actor. So he stars in the first and best. And please don't let my saying that turn you off of the other two. The first and best of a thematic trilogy of samurai movies. The first one with Sonata is called The Twilight Samurai. So in a way, you should watch that one last because it is the best. And the other two are called Love and Honor. Very good. You would think it was fucking brilliant until you saw The Twilight Samurai. And the third one was called... Maybe the third one was Love and Honor. What was the other one called? The Hidden Blade. The Hidden Blade. I think Hidden Blade is in the middle and Love and Honor is the last one.
Okay. Well, I love samurai movies. So
if you love samurai movies, those are great choices. And of course, there's 100 other very good ones that came out between the 1960 and now for you to enjoy. Of course, Mifune himself made the Miyamoto Musashi movies and samurai movies.
Yeah. Well, I have a recommendation to throw in that's kind of sideways because it's for television, not film. But my partner and I just tonight are going to watch the last episode of Hotel de Luna, which is on Netflix, right?
I've seen that advertised.
It is so fucking good. It's all in Korean, so you'll have to subtitle it, but I kind of like that. And it's just so well done.
It has really good reviews.
It's and the cast is... I mean, I don't know if they're famous in Korean. I imagine they are. Like, there's one guy I recognize from other movies who plays an older man, not Japanese, but Korean.
I will check that out next time I go back to Netflix. It reminded me when I saw the advertisements a lot of a British series called Hotel Babylon. So I held off because I wasn't sure if I was ready for the same thing again.
Oh, I don't know anything about Hotel Babylon, but
Korean
this
films,
is so good.
I'm not going to lay it on you right now because one of my in fact, my very favorite Korean director is problematic in several ways, but he's fucking brilliant. But I have to trust that you can handle the heavy, horrible content.
Okay.
It's not... let me tell you a little anecdote. About 15 years ago, I visited Toronto for a convention and took a long taxi ride to visit a colleague whose taste in film and capsule reviews I've long admired, and his wife, who I know shares his taste in films. And I told them that one of my favorite films was Lee Chang-dong's Oasis, and they looked at me in horror. And I said, "What? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And they said, "That's just one of those rape apology movies." And I was horrified because they're putting it in that way made me completely reevaluate the film and whether I had misjudged Lee. and myself for
Right.
that film. And I wrestled with it for months, maybe even years. And I think that my friends, as much as I admire their intellect and their opinions, are wrong that this is not a rape apology film. There is a rape in it.
Uh-huh.
And it is a horrible moment between two people who, during the first 30, 40 minutes of the film, we are made to sympathize deeply with. They're both profoundly fucked up people. One with tremendous cerebral palsy, one with an obvious mental handicap. And when the event happens, well, the first time I saw it was at a press screening. And at press screenings at the Seattle Film Festival, you are not allowed to leave, no matter what you think or feel. You can't leave. And so in that theater, everything got really still. I don't know if you know the stillness of a theater where everybody stops moving and touching their food and breathing. But that was the silence that we heard after that scene. And that continued for a while as people were thinking, man, I want to get out of here. I didn't want to see that. That's a betrayal of everything that I've been told to expect from this movie. And then a revelation begins to occur. And everything that you thought was nurturing and proper and orderly and lawful starts to become everything that is perverse and oppressive and evil and inhuman. And these two fucked up people are trying desperately to be thought of as human beings, and no one will show them that respect except each other. And it turns into this marvelous romantic poem of a film, and I love it to pieces. I own a copy. There's going to be a Blu-ray coming out next year along with 4 or 5 of Lee's other films. He's a very interesting director because he started as a fiction writer, and someone persuaded him to help write a short film with him, and it won awards. And then somebody else said, you know, Lee, you can do this. You can make your own films. And he started to do it. Every film that he made won awards. And then the government wanted to appoint him to an artistic position, and he didn't agree with the government, but he wanted to protect Korean cinema. And then the government changed from left-leaning to right-leaning, and he got blackballed, and he didn't make films for 8 years. And then he came back and he started making great films again. Now, that said, when I look back at all of the films that he's made, and I've seen all of his features, I haven't seen all of his short films, I think Lee might be a little bit like Lars von Trier in that he enjoys stories in which a woman suffers. And I have issues and questions about that. But I don't think his films are misogynistic. I think he is a little bit like, I can't say his name now, famous gay Spanish director, Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down.
Del Toro? That's the only one I can think of.
No. The women's director, very, very out gay. Penelope Cruz is one of his muses. Anyway, I think in a way he's like him. He wants us to see the world from the point of view of a woman, and he wants us to understand that the world sucks for women. But that said, there is a trend in his films where the woman gets the short end of the stick, and yet she is our central character. She's the one we care the most about. And I have to confess that I'm tilted on Oasis in particular, because I had the opportunity to interview the lead actress, Moon Soo-ri, and was a bit charmed by her. So her stories of how she learned to play that part, which you will understand when you see the role, completely won me over. It's not like she was flirting with me or anything, but she enchanted me, and I was biased. That said, I've probably seen the film 6 or 8 times since then, and my opinion of it never wavers. And I also love the lead actor, who was for a very brief moment a big movie star in Korea, but not as big as, say, Song Song Kang-ho, who you will know from Parasite, The Host, and
Sure.
every other Korean film you've ever seen. And he's a very good actor.
Well, the acting in this movie is pretty. This movie, the series, yeah, the Hotel de Luna is exquisite.
I will definitely check it out when I go back to Netflix, which will probably be in a few months. As someone, Emma, were you saying that you were recently into horror?
So it took a while for me to come back to it because when I was younger, I had some bad experiences with like the oh my gosh, the U.S. version of The Ring, and like the U.S.
Really?
version of Grudge.
Please tell me more about The Ring.
They scared the shit out of me. That's really what it was.
Well, that's good. That's great. I thought The Ring was a phenomenally good adaptation of the unimpeachably brilliant original Ringu.
It wasn't that they were bad movies. It was just so intense that I couldn't really take it.
It was a lot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me recommend to you my favorite contemporary film of that period. I think it's less intense and less, I don't know. You like dread movies, so I think it will be better for you. It stars My Japanese Boyfriend, Koshi Yakuja. Oh, girls, have you seen, please tell me you have you seen Tampopo?
Yes, but
Good,
I saw it because of you. That was the film assignment.
And you loved it, and you
I
agreed
did.
it's
It was
one of the
great.
films of the world, right?
It's fantastic.
The guy who plays the gangster in that film is Koji Yakusha.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he does these low-budget movies with the director, Kiyoshi Kurosawa, no relation to the great Akira Kurosawa.
Which was my first question, as I recall.
Yeah. And one of them is called Seance. And when I saw it, I didn't realize until much later that it's based on a 1964 British thriller called Seance for a Wet Afternoon. Now, my advice, and you can take it or leave it, is to see the Japanese remake first. It's called Seance. It's by Kiyoshi Kurosawa, and it stars Koji Yakusha. And it's about a man who records audio for sound effects, and his wife, who is, I hope I'm getting this right, a medium who tells people how to find lost people, you know, like one of those mediums who helps the police.
Right.
And they get into a scheme, and they make a terrible, terrible fucking mistake. And then they are fucking haunted. And with very, very simple, low-budget expressions of the supernatural, Kurosawa makes that one of the most haunting films that I've ever seen.
Really? Okay.
And it's more of a dread film than it's not a jump scare film, so I think it'll be okay for you.
What's the movie?
It's called Seance. It's by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. It probably came out around 2000, early 2000s, maybe late 90s. And I love it to pieces, but it wasn't as sensational as Ringu or The Grudge or those films at the time. But for my money, and for I think also for people who like dread films, it was much more haunting. I love it to pieces. Now, after you see that, go to, I don't know, Criterion or Canopy or someplace and find Seance for a Wet Afternoon, and you will fucking appreciate the wholeness of that movie at that point. And I think that's the right order to see it, but I'm tainted because that's the order I saw it.
Yeah.
Appreciated it.
What was that adaptation called? Seance for a Lonely Evening?
A Wet Afternoon, that's the original English version. Seance for a Wet Afternoon. Same basic story, but without the supernatural.
Gotcha.
Also very good. A lot of us have not, in America and Canada, have not seen a lot of regular English B movies, and I mean B movie in a good way. Not the David Lean stuff, but the other regular movies that British people went to see, but Americans didn't see because everybody had a funny accent. There's a lot of good ones.
please feel free to recommend more films to me. I'm always looking for more stuff to watch.
Well, let me learn a little bit more about your taste. Tell me something other than horror films.
Blood is the only thing that can.
Well, you said you said you like Japanese films. Are there other Asian countries whose films you like?
I do like Korean films as well.
Do you like Korean horror films?
Yeah.
Okay, this is an obvious example, and shut me down if you've heard it before. But I'm a big fan of, oh fuck me, I can't think of his name right now. He's famous for Old Boy.
Yeah.
But before Old Boy, he did a film called Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, which is my favorite. It's the rudest, rawest of his films. It may offend, probably not you, but it doesn't travel as well as his other films. And
This
his
is
third
fantastic.
film in the thematic series, of which Old Boy is the famous one.
A film
It's called
discussion broke out
Lady
in my
Vengeance.
raid.
And that's like his art house take on the theme. I love all three of them. Old Boy is absolutely the one that will get asses in seats. It's the most sensational. It's got that fucking awesome hallway fight scene with the hammer that everybody's ripped off since then, and it's got some horrendous perversity that you probably are already aware of. Mr. Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance has a different kind of perversity, but it seems, I don't know. This is my 25-year-old memory speaking. It seems to me to be a much more of a, and I know it's you too, so I can talk politics. It seems more of a working person's egalitarian film rather than a more elitist film, like the third one, Lady Vengeance. Are you fans of Bong Joon-ho, the two of you, Parasite and The Host?
I actually haven't seen it.
I haven't either. I'm somewhat familiar with Parasite. I watched some reviews, but I haven't seen it.
Unfamiliar with it, actually. I know it's a Korean film that won a lot of awards.
Parasite is a fucking work of art. It's a great, great film that deserved its Oscar. In some ways, my favorite of his films is one of his earliest. It's one that you can still see in places like maybe Canopy or Criterion. It stars, why can't I say his name? Song Kang-ho. That I can't think of a way to describe him. The Korean dude you've seen in almost every movie. Not super slender, but not heavy either. He's got a little flesh on his face.
Wait, is he kind of a buff dude? He plays like...
No, he's not Dong Won. He's not the guy who came over to the MCU.
Is it the one in Everything Everywhere All at Once?
No, he's not in that film.
That's the guy who played Short Round and also James Hong.
Not Kiwi, although that's the movie I'm most excited about this year. Is that movie where Kiwi Kwan is, and he's not Korean.
Yeah, I knew that was wrong when I said it.
Oh.
I think he's, I don't want to say Vietnamese, Cambodian or something.
Okay. I feel bad now.
No, don't feel bad. He's finally getting to be a kung fu hero in his own right, not just as a supporting actor in Michelle Yeoh's film, which is no small business. But
I love Michelle Yeoh.
Yeah, she's great. I've loved her since the early 90s. She got her start in a Jackie Chan film. I think it was a second or third Police Story movie. And she kind of showed him up on the stunts. And that's where people realized they had something special with her. She's probably the greatest female action star since Cheng Pei-Pei. And I realize when I say that you don't know who Cheng Pei-Pei is, but you do. Did you see, I hope you saw, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the old woman who was the villain?
Yeah.
That's Cheng Pei-Pei. Now dial it back 30 years, and she is the beautiful young heroine of films like Come Drink With Me. Okay. And she was the hotness at that time. And then a terrible thing happened. In the 60s, a lot of male directors did like to put a woman in front of a kung fu movie. And a lot of people say that King Hu did that. But the thing is, I think King Hu failed because in that great movie, Come Drink With Me, which is 80% Zheng Pei being a badass, the last 10% is a man taking over and solving the problem. So that's a drag. And then in the sequel, which is called Golden Swallow, she gets completely sidelined and a man is completely the hero of that story. So while she is a great kung fu heroine of many movies that I haven't mentioned, that period of the early 70s is where women had to start taking a backseat, in part because of the otherwise great Chang Che, who was a really great martial arts director who did an awful lot of terrific kung fu movies, but he always thought that it was men and not women, and the women were just there to be pretty.
I have a question for you. It's kind of a change in subject, but I know you said you weren't a fan of like Tarantino's movies after Inglourious Bastards.
I admire his craft, but I'm not blown away by his artistry as I was in the early days.
What did you think of The Hateful Eight, though? Because I don't feel like that's the same movie he was making. Like I liked that movie a lot, but
it was crafty. I love the dialogue. I love the cast. The plot left me cold. I felt like an awful lot of it was, I have this scene that I want to film and I know how it looks. Now I'm going to bend the plot to make that happen. As opposed to, say, Reservoir Dogs, where it's, I've got these 6 guys and here are their problems and here's how their problems end in tragedy.
yeah, okay. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs was really an incredible film. I like Pulp Fiction too a lot as well.
You know, I hate to say it because I love Reservoir Dogs so much and I want Reservoir Dogs to be my favorite, but I think Pulp Fiction is probably my favorite, and part of it might be because it wasn't 100% Tarantino. He had a writer working with him who he fucked out of credit because he wanted to be a Quentin Tarantino film, and his buddy went along with it. So it's not like he completely cheated, but Tarantino is a narcissist, and that turns me off a lot, and I think it affects his work. But when he's good, he's very, very good, and even in his later films, a lot of a film like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, there's a lot of good shit in there, but then it becomes his own fan fiction by the end.
Yeah, he does kind of like, it does kind of feel like kind of masturbatory towards the end of that movie.
Well, he did write some interesting parts for himself with Salma Hayek in
yeah.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah,
From Dusk Till Dawn.
That was a little creepy.
It was. I was. Yeah, he likes writing himself doing things that would normally not be allowed.
I partly understand that because as an actor, as a cameo actor, he's pretty good. I like him. But you don't do that to yourself without running a horrible risk, which, of course, he failed to test many times.
Yeah, and like I don't know. It's like he gave himself an N-word pass, and I'm kind of not okay with that. I'll watch his movies, but that's the one part where I'm like, Quentin, stop using the N-word, please.
I feel the same as you, but fucking Sam Jackson gave him that pass, at least up to Pulp Fiction, and Samuel Jackson scares me. I had a physical encounter with Samuel Jackson once, which I've never lived down.
Oh no!
Well, nobody got hit. It wasn't like that. It was mostly emotional bullying, and probably at least partly my own fault for being a dork who asked a dorky question in a dorky situation.
Oh no!
Star Wars again.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, but I respect the dude as an actor and as an artist, but I wouldn't want to be I wouldn't want to be his neighbor.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. Other directors I really like. I'm such a big Chris Nolan fan right now.
I have deeply mixed feelings about Nolan. I fucking adored him for his first couple of movies, and I've come to terms with him. I think he is a great director, But there are things that he does as a writer which leave me completely cold. Both he and his brother disappoint me as writers. But when I go back into it and I compare him with somebody like Steven Spielberg, who I think has no sense of writing whatsoever.
Yeah,
and
great
yet-
director, but yeah.
Yeah, and yet I love his films when he's got a good writer, like fucking Bridge of Spies. Please give me 100 of those.
Or Indiana Jones.
Well, the first one certainly, and the third one. But have you read the? I don't know how to describe it. The commentary, the what do you call it when somebody takes notes about a meeting?
Minutes.
Minutes.
Okay, there's a bigger word. There's a more comprehensive term that I'm forgetting. But there are the minutes. It's more than the minutes of the meeting between Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, and Lawrence Kasdan to write the original Indiana Jones.
Mhm.
And at the end of it, you would never ever let your underage daughter be in a room with George Lucas or Steven Spielberg again. But you would trust Lawrence Kasdan to be her babysitter.
Oh.
And when you read through that whole thing, I think, if you're like me, you may not be, you'll come out with a huge, huge amount of respect for Lawrence Kasdan as the hireling who has to serve these very powerful but in some ways irresponsible dudes. And I think it's mostly Lucas, but maybe also a little bit Spielberg, or at least Spielberg's enabling him. And Lucas is a fucking pervert and cannot be trusted.
Other
Lovely.
directors I'm really a fan of, and rest in peace, he just died today, but David Lynch. I'm a
Yeah,
huge,
love
huge
David
fan
Lynch.
of.
Yeah, David Lynch died, and within the same hour, I heard that a good friend of mine, who was also a fantasy writer, had died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's been a shitty, and it was expected. We learned early last summer that he had inoperable brain cancer, and his family closed ranks to protect him, and they asked us not to communicate with him after that announcement. So this was the next thing that I heard, was that he had died.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
He was a good dude, a very good dude. But now I will forever think of him as associated with David Lynch and other artists who I adore. So that's good.
I do love David Lynch. I'm such a huge fan of like Blue Velvet and Lost Highway.
The quote, I should have put it in quotation marks, that I was referring to earlier when you said something about trans representation. I imagine you were thinking of the David Duchovny character.
I was thinking of the David Duchovny character.
I was thinking of the character in The Return, where David Lynch's character, Gordon, what's his name?
Gordon Cole.
Gordon Cole tells her that when she became Denise, he told the other members of the agency,
Fix your hearts or die.
"Fix your hearts or die." And I said that, and nobody responded. So I thought, "Oh shit,
No,
nobody got it."
I knew immediately. I just didn't know how to respond.
Yeah,
I But yes, that was the moment where I was like, David Lynch is an ally, and I love that.
And that's one of the reasons why I forgive Lee Chang-dong, is that David Lynch has films in which a woman is victimized, harried by horrible, horrible men, but I don't think he's a misogynist. Likewise, I think that Lee Chang-dong is on the side of the woman, but he's telling these stories in which
With
women
Well,
have...
Lynch. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, I feel like the culture it's becoming more understood how women have been treated unfairly and horribly by horrible men and the system. I feel like that's kind of bubbling up to the surface finally. And
or it had been, and now that's all going to change.
You know what? I don't think you can stop the kids from knowing things, you know?
I think you're right about that, but I think in mass media, it's going to change dramatically as we have
Oh yeah.
assholes like Zuckerberg and Musk.
We're gonna see like it'll be similar to the 80s, I think, where like in the
Where
80s
people are dying of AIDS and no one's talking about it.
Not well. It could be. Yeah. I mean, like we saw how he dealt with the last pandemic, right? So
Yeah.
imagine it's a pandemic that only affects queer people. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Trump to do a great job there. But no, I was referring more to media. In the 80s, you saw a lot of like conservative-oriented media.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I remember
MTV, for that matter.
the lionization of Alex Keaton.
Or like Wall Street, or so.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, it totally went over my head that people were seeing Alex Keaton as a role model rather than as a cautionary tale.
Right.
That's-
And
is
I
that
thought
Michael
he
J.
was a
Fox's
cautionary
character?
tale.
Is that Michael J. Fox's character in
Yeah.
that sitcom?
Yeah, and you know, just like Carol O'Connor and Archie Bunker, you have this good person playing an absolute dirtbag, and people aren't getting the irony. They're thinking,
Yeah,
that
they're
Michael
like, oh
J.
yeah,
Fox
great,
is
good,
that
yes.
guy.
More of this, please. Yeah. It's
When I
kind
said
of
Carol
terrifying.
O'Connor, I realized I might have aged.
Nope,
out on
nope,
YouTube.
Archie Bunker. And
All right.
I'm familiar with it, but I blame
advanced the discourse. That show advanced the discourse very far. Honestly, things that were
It's-
not talked about are talked about because of that.
It's fresh even today. I mean, certain things, especially the racial issues, might seem a little horsey. You know, how could you possibly talk to somebody that way? But wow, what a big deal that was. And Ed Asner on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, playing this. You know, he wasn't playing a dirtbag, but he was playing this authoritarian boss. But Ed Asner, as a human, was absolutely a working class hero.
Yeah, I believe I'd heard that.
I need to get this out before I forget.
Go for
and
it.
Before the conversation moves past it. But I was going to say one of the reasons that I think David Lynch isn't misogynist is because of the affection in which he treats his female characters.
I would agree with you, but I also have to respect that some people find it hard to watch a movie like Blue Velvet.
Or
because-
even Fire Walk With Me. Fire Walk With Me has
Yeah.
some really, really hard moments in it too. But like, I never view David Lynch as like treating Cheryl Lee or Laura Palmer as like an exploited thing. He tries to lionize her and like as much as possible in those movies.
I agree with you. I think you're right.
So I despite all the pain that her character goes through and the pain that she like gets across in her acting, she does a wonderful job as Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks. I love it. But as horrible as some of the things she's going through are, you never really feel like she's being exploited. It's a story about how like a lot of David Lynch films, how like the soul of this deeply like the soul of Americana is rotten and it hurts people. But it's just my opinion. Anyway.
I tend to agree.
Sounds like a good one. All right, let's choose another genre of film.
Science fiction.
My favorite science fiction movie, I think, pretty clearly these days, is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
It's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh my gosh, what would mine be? I have to think about this.
When I was a kid, there was a brief period in which my favorite, partly because of the effects, partly because of the environmental message, and partly because of the really good acting from Bruce Dern, was Silent Running. And the silence makes me think you've never seen it, and I
I've not
implore you to seek it out. It's a beautiful, it's a bit twee with its environmental message, but if you love R2-D2, you need to see this movie to see where he was ripped off from.
Oh, really?
Well, really, he was probably slightly ripped off from Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress. But in the sense of a short, stubby robot who can't speak English, it was Silent Running.
Okay. Wonder if I have access to that on any of my streamings.
I haven't seen that in so long, I don't know.
It's called Silent Running or Silent Runnings.
Not plural, singular. I think there's something else with things in the title that is a different movie. Well, maybe that's not silent. Maybe that's like smooth. Okay, at least in Canada, Silent Running is not available for streaming, but it must be available for.
Well, it's definitely a Mike and the Mechanics song.
That particular song was sung by a singer who I really like, who sings these beautiful, beautiful songs with really regrettable lyrics.
Oh, 1972 sci-fi adventure. Where can I watch it? Watch now.
The Blu-ray, at least in Canada, is $18 on Amazon, and I assure you that if you buy that Blu-ray, you will be happy that you did.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to check my collection before I buy one for myself, but if I don't own it, I will buy it. That's one of those films that would come on TV in the late 70s, early 80s, and if it was on, I would watch it.
I will have to see if I can obtain it in some way. I don't think a Canadian Blu-ray will help, though.
Well, when I say a particular price on a Canadian Blu-ray, you can probably get it cheaper through Amazon in the US.
Yeah. It's also possible that my my film club friend has it in their Voodoo or whatever it's called now.
Do you have a library card?
I do.
So you probably have access to a service called Canopy, or there's another one with a different name.
Libby?
I don't know. Maybe. But if you have your library card, check it out because they have an awful lot of classic film on them for free. Paul Carrick is the singer who I love. I don't always love his lyrics, but I love his voice. And he sang Silent Running. And I shouldn't say I don't love his lyrics because I don't think he wrote those lyrics.
There's a I'm not gonna say my favorite, maybe not. I can't think of another one right now, but the time when I had both the surprise of recognizing someone cutting into a song and recognizing the vocalist, and also being really pleased by thinking that it meshed really well and made the song a lot better, was what's the name of the song? It was Indigo Girls, and Michael Stipe came in on a chorus to one of their songs.
Right.
On.
Are we all on the same text channel that I can share this with? I just found an image that I thought I would share with you.
Text channel?
I'm going to go to the movie club and post this picture that I just saw while I was searching for Silent Running, which is relevant to our discussion of Quentin Tarantino. I don't care how you feel about exploitation films. If you go back and watch one with Pam Grier in it, you'll be happy.
Oh, I love Pam Grier and
And if you like Pam Grier exploitation films, there's an awful lot of Japanese exploitation films that you'd like, most of which have the women getting their revenge.
Yeah, those are the best ones.
God, I still love Kill Bill. Kill Bill Volume 2. I know they're not like of that era, but definitely inspired.
I do like Kill Bill. I take back my Quentin disappointment because while there was a lot about those films that I thought was a little cheesy, I love the same cheese that he does.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing, is there was a lot of cheesiness to them, but it was always like, it always felt true to the source material it was inspired by, and it didn't really feel out of place.
Okay, so this might be a little bit of a reach, but favorite kung fu action hero, star, which actor?
Ooh, okay.
What's his name?
I'm not saying Bruce Lee.
No.
I love what is it? The one that I know it's not a great movie. What is it? Game of Death. The one where he died in the filming of it. So there are like portions that you can tell are not. It's the one where you have the yellow jumpsuit. He fights Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Game of Death.
Game of Death. Yeah, that one.
I
love that movie.
If I can't say Michelle Yeoh, then I'll say probably Jet Li.
Michelle Yeoh is a fine choice. She's been on a lot of good movies, and including one that maybe you haven't seen, which to my mind is her second best film next to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and it features her much more prominently. It's called Reign, as in like the reign of a queen. Reign of Assassins.
Oh.
I don't know why I didn't say this. It's definitely Donnie Yen for me.
Donnie Yen is the kung fu action hero who all the other stars said, I won't fuck with that dude.
Yeah.
He would kick my ass. He's got the athleticism and the physicality that would demolish everyone.
Ip Man is just too good.
I am too fond of Jet Li.
That's fair.
He's my nerdy hero. I love him so much.
It's really sad what's happened to him. From what I understand, he's like got muscle wasting or something like that.
Yeah, people keep posting pictures of him. I don't know what the true story is. I hope he's okay.
I don't either. Yeah, I do too. No, Donnie Yen and he's in a lot of stuff recently too, so I can't believe I forgot him, but he's just like got this effortless coolness to him that...
I just saw his most recent film, which he also directed. He's not a good director or writer.
That's fair. That's fair. He's exceptional at martial arts though, so like...
He's very good at the action, and when he is doing a story that a good writer has written, he does a good job.
Did you see Nosferatu?
Not yet, but I will.
I think it's really good, personally.
I look forward to it. I'm a fan, mostly, of Robert Eggers, and I'm a big fan of... What's his name? Well, I am a fan of Nick Holt, but also of the...
Willem Dafoe?
Well, of course, Willem Dafoe, but the weird dude, the Swedish dude.
Bill Skarsgård.
I like Bill. I think he's good.
Oh yeah, he's excellent.
And the girl is Johnny Depp's daughter, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Lily Rose Depp. Bill Skarsgård's got the most insane range.
He's very good.
It's insane.
He's kind of like Nicolas Cage with talent.
Shots fired! Shots fired! I love it.
I think that's unfair.
Nicolas Cage has been good in like 3 movies.
I think Nicolas
Was he good in that one where he played himself?
Name 4 movies in which Nicolas Cage was a good actor.
Okay, so you've got Raising Arizona.
Okay, so there's Ghost
That's
Walker.
where we all start, is Raising Arizona.
So then there was Ghost Rider.
Oh,
Ghost Rider is
Kela,
great.
you are disqualified.
I was kidding.
Ghost Rider is
it's not a good
definition of a guilty pleasure.
It's not a good movie.
It's a shit movie full of shit performances that is still entertaining.
I was kidding.
But that's okay. So maybe good actor is not the right word. Supremely entertaining.
I will agree with you on Raising Arizona, and I will give you a freebie. Mandy.
Oh, Mandy was great. Oh my god, I loved Mandy so much.
Now name a third, and the hard part will be to get to a 4th movie in which Nicolas Cage was good.
What about the one with Pedro Pascal?
You know, that was so-so. I'm gonna allow it. I will allow that.
Okay.
So the third one. Oh my gosh.
It was not a good movie, but the boys were good in it.
I see what you mean. The thing is even in the bad movies, I find him to be so entertaining. Like I'm not.
And that's fair.
I'm not gonna say National Treasure but those movies are really entertaining. And
but they're fucking off. I tried to watch
Face Off
on air not too long ago, and Face Off. He's fucking awful. He's just an embarrassment to acting, but they're entertaining movies.
It's so entertaining though.
Here's my.
I love him in Long Legs, but I can't describe that as good.
No, here's my barometer for good acting. Would Vincent Price have been a better choice?
Isn't the answer always?
Almost always. Not for Raising Arizona. That was Cage. Not for Mandy. That was Cage.
I'm just imagining him in Long Legs being like, it was a gift from the church.
He would have been better in Long Legs. Although I gotta say, I didn't hate Cage in that movie. I thought that was a fun weirdo, fuck you to the people who are paying him.
Yeah. Well, and I heard he was channeling like an androgynous sort of prophet figure from an Italian movie. I wasn't familiar with it.
Oh, I want to know what that movie is now.
What movie? Who is he channeling? Let me see if I can find it.
I'm desperately interested. I'm not deep into Italian movies, but there are dozens that I've really loved. Speaking of Italian movies, let me change your life, but it will require some effort on your part. Around the year 2000, 2002, thereabouts, some pretty good writers and directors got together and made a film that they called The Best of Youth, which is the translation of a phrase from an Italian poem, the best of youth, about young people. The best of youth will go on to do these great things. The film was made originally as a TV series, and it follows a pair of brothers and their family and their friends over a period of about 30, 40 years. And in the background, it shows you the changes that the country of Italy is going through. Now, at that time, a motherfucker named, God damn it, I can't say his name now. He was the president, premier,
Mussolini?
whatever. No, much later. He owned TV stations. He was a right-wing
Oh, that motherfucker!
That motherfucker was in charge of the TV stations, and he was actually the president of the country at the time, premier, whatever. And he took a look at this film, this beautiful, beautiful 6-hour TV series, and he said, no, not on our station. So the makers, the producers of the film, went around to theatrical producers and begged them to look at their film, and they all said, it's like 6 hours long. There's no way we're going to show this in theaters. Until they finally found somebody who said, okay, show it to us. And they saw it and they loved it. And so they showed it in Italy in movie theaters in 2 parts, 2 3-hour movies. And people fucking loved it. And then it went international, and it went to art houses and film festivals, which is where I first saw it in 2 parts. Thankfully, one right after the other, and just became completely in love with it. Now it looks like a TV movie. It's a TV movie. But
Because they shot it for TV, so that's what they
Right.
were expecting.
They shot it for TV, and it doesn't look like a David Lean movie, but emotionally and humanistically, it is fucking beautiful. And what's really amazing about it is that the lead character, one of the 2 lead characters, is not an actor. He's a doctor. They wanted to hire a doctor to play a doctor, and the dude turned out to be an excellent actor, and he went on to continue to act in films because he was so good at it. It's called The Best of Youth. I know it's available in an English language DVD these days, as of, I don't know, 5-10 years ago. And I loaned it away to people. I'm on my 3rd copy because fuckers would not return that beautiful movie to me.
Oh no.
And when I told people about this when I first moved to Canada, I told people about this movie and I fused maybe a little bit more than I just did with you, and nobody believed me. And I said, well, God damn it, it's coming to the Metro next month. Let's all go. And here's my promise to you. You will cry 2 times during this movie. And if you do, then I think you should buy me a beer. And if you don't, then I will buy you a beer. I came home so fucking drunk that night.
That's great.
It's a beautiful, beautiful movie. I love it to pieces.
What's the name of the movie again?
It's called The Best of Youth. I don't remember the Italian name. Of course, it has an Italian name, but I think literally it means the same thing. And I'm sure that it exists in an English language DVD and or Blu-ray these days, because I had an import and I was excited when I saw that there was a Blu-ray version. Maybe I have the Blu-ray these days. I think I do have the Blu-ray now. No, maybe I have the. When I moved into my smaller abode, oh shit, it's expensive. It's expensive in Canada anyway.
Well, you know, we got those tariffs coming in, so.
Yeah, the ones that I see, because it's now rare because not many people bought it. But if you can find, you kids live, I'm sorry to call you kids, it's a thing I've been doing lately. You young people live in
I'm
Seattle, don't
50,
you?
you mean?
Yeah, you're a kid to me.
Okay.
If I dated you when I was 20, I'd be in jail.
Okay.
So,
I'm 34. You can still call me a kid if you want to.
yeah, you're like my granddaughter. You can you both are aware of Scarecrow video?
Not ringing a
Okay.
bell.
I'm going to give you this gift. And later, if you want to send me cards and flowers, I will accept them.
Okay.
I think it still exists. When I lived in Seattle, it existed as a rental place. You would go there and you would rent movies, and sometimes those movies were so rare, the owners had to travel to Hong Kong to buy them on the street and bring them back.
Oh,
You
wow.
you had to drop hundreds of dollars in a what's the word? You had to put a couple $100 down so that if you did not return that video, they could recoup their loss.
It
Wow.
does look like they're still open. It looks like they're the
Roosevelt?
Looks like they're the U district.
Yeah. And now they're kind of like an archive. They were bought by some Microsoft millionaires, and you can still borrow movies. It's kind of like a library. There might still be a cost. Best fucking place in the world, or at least back in the day, it was called the best video store in the Western Hemisphere. You must go there. It's where my love of film turned from a heavy crush into a torrid love affair. And if they don't have the best of youth, I don't know who will. But there you could probably rent it.
I am going to take a look the next time.
It's a great big house.
Seattle.
And when I was there, are you far from Seattle? I thought you lived there.
I live in West Seattle, so it's a bit of a drive for me to get to the U district. But I will
old
head down
colleague,
there, I promise.
I think has a house in West Seattle, but I never spent much time there.
I
But
wish
yes.
I lived in the city. It would be a lot easier to get around, to be
Well,
honest.
from West Seattle, you can still take the ferry across to Pike Place, right?
You can, but you would just take the West Seattle Bridge nowadays.
Okay, go over there, spend the day in the U District. There's so much cool stuff. Well, there was 25 years ago. But,
Oh, you live across the Sound?
Yeah, I do.
You must live within distance of, let's see if I can remember the name. Brunch joint. Is it called Salties? Someplace on the coast.
Salties on Alki Beach.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I do live fairly close to that.
An old
I am a-
colleague of mine won Brunch for Life because there was a contest in which you were supposed to write a one-line tribute to Salties. And it had the great big brunch and seafood buffet. And what he wrote was, I love to go to Salties because I can have all the muscles I want without any heavy lifting.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
So if you go there on a Sunday, you might run into him and his daughters.
But yeah, I live a little south of there. I live I guess it's White Center.
I don't know West Seattle very well. I went over there for Salties, and if I ever visit again, which is unlikely, I think my friend Chris might retire there, and I would go there to see him.
Well, if you do, let us know. We'd love to meet up.
Like I said, the chances are very slim. Without spoiling anything, somebody recently tried to get me to do some work that might bring me back to Seattle, but I pushed back and said I need a lot more money, and it's been 2 weeks and I haven't heard from them.
Oh no.
But I think it's unlikely that I would be back in the States. Certainly not in the next 4 years, and maybe never again.
God, I can't say.
On the other hand, if they offer the money.
Even then, you know, if they offer the money, I'll take the money and I'll stay in fucking Canada. I'm not coming back to Nazi Germany anytime soon.
I do not blame you.
Yeah, if I could get out, I would. To be honest, I'm a little worried myself. I was kind of worried about that today, to be honest.
Even back when I was only a U.S. citizen, my weird dream desire was that we could form Cascadia with BC, Alberta, Washington, Oregon, and California.
California, yeah.
Yeah, if only.
Now, do the do the western provinces want to leave?
No. I mean, Alberta does, but they want to join their fatherland. Alberta is the Texas of Canada. I am vastly outnumbered, but I live in the Austin of Canada, so in my city, I have a lot of allies, but in the province, I am vastly outnumbered. And I don't know how willing I am to compromise again. I am probably going to stay as far to the left as I can and not support the liberals at all.
Yeah,
there's no reason to.
I am 100% with you there. I am gonna have a hard time ever supporting a Democrat again.
The problem there in the States is, who the fuck else do you vote for? There's nobody viable. In Canada, at least we have the NDP, who are not only viable, but properly liberal. I wouldn't say left-wing. I would say they are what the Democrats say they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Do they actually have
that is...
a stake? Like, do
yes,
get elected?
they are the number 3 party. Okay. They are the reason why we have a liberal government instead of a conservative government right now.
Oh, because they have to make coalition.
The left side, yes. The left side are split between the NDP, the Greens, and the Liberals. And the Greens in Canada are fucking ridiculous. The woman at the top is just a spoiler. She might be a foreign agent. She's just ridiculous. She needs to be completely disregarded. But there are those who will be sucked into that camp. The NDP are a legitimate government. Unfortunately, our main guy, is a brown dude from India. So an awful lot of left-leaning racists won't vote for him.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? We have the same problem here.
We do.
We had a perfectly viable candidate. I'm not going to say I supported everything she is, but she's a fuck sight better than Trump. But people didn't vote for her.
Yeah, I voted
really
for her. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I really think the Democrats kind of fucked themselves when Joe Biden didn't run out, get out of the race and have an actual primary where people could vote on that. I think it would have gotten a lot better if we had that. But...
That's it's hard to imagine that happening. If I could choose the next president, the last president I wanted, that I desperately wanted, was Elizabeth Warren. The next one that I would like to have, but will never have, is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only.
I mean, she's not dead.
My problem with voting for Democrats is it kind of feels like voting for the Washington Generals. You know what I mean? They're the team that play against the Harlem Globetrotters. I'm saying they feel like controlled opposition, and that's pretty much it.
No, it's a good analogy. I don't know. It's a little bit more complex than I can wrap my head around, but I think it's more complex than that. And I think that nothing short of 1 million superheroes floating down from the sky and murdering all Trump and Putin voters will actually save this world. We are fucked.
Yeah, the species is done. We're not gonna make it. I hate that because I really wanted us to make it, but we're not gonna make it.
That's part of the reason why I retired last year, is I thought, well, first of all, I'm probably not gonna live till 80, and I have enough money to live till 90, so I'm pretty good. But more importantly than that, I think we're all going to be dead by around the middle of this century. And I don't think there's any way to prevent it anymore.
What format do you expect?
Oh. Environmental catastrophe primarily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that will fuel other things.
Yes, it will be more complex. It'll be environmental catastrophe along with an attempt at rebellion against an oligarchy, which then commits absolute genocide against most of us.
God, I really hope that doesn't happen. That keeps me up at night.
Well,
I'm sorry to be a downer.
the important
Okay.
thing to remember is that this is a simulation, so it really doesn't matter.
I know. It's just like I've been having such trouble. Like I'm 35 or 34, and I've struggled with depression all my life, and I haven't really made anything of myself. And it doesn't feel like there's any point anymore.
What do you want to make of yourself?
I don't know. I wanted to like live comfortably and find a partner and try and live a somewhat happy existence, I guess.
This sounds simplistic, but I think you should spend more time on the other side of the water. Go down to Seattle more often.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good stuff to do there.
Yeah. I have struggled with some agoraphobia lately, to be honest, and I've been dealing with some
feel that.
mental health issues myself.
Now, when you say agoraphobia,
3 years.
When you say agoraphobia, are you talking about crowds?
Yeah, or even just like being observed sometimes by other people, like going out and existing amongst people sometimes gives me a great deal of anxiety.
But you love films and you live near the greatest film festival in North America.
Yeah, I'll have to go to the film festival, to be honest.
Have you been to the Egyptian?
No, I haven't.
Now, Kela and I have talked about this. I hope that you will both go to the Grand Illusion before they must move. They have to, I think in February, they have to go to other digs, and I would love for both of you, if only as a favor to me, to go there and take some pictures of the place and talk to a person.
When are they leaving?
I can't remember, but I thought it was February. It's a little black box cinema in the University District. It's not terribly far from Scarecrow Video, actually.
We could actually do that together, Emma. If you
Yeah, we
wanted.
should. Yeah, I'd be down. I haven't actually met you in person yet, so that would be
Right?
nice.
Yeah.
It was when you sent me a photo of the Cinerama that made me look at the Grand Illusion.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the film, The Grand Illusion, that it's named after?
I have not.
Great film by the great Jean Renoir, and I will tell you a story about his great nephew cooking me chicken dinner in my home, if you ask later.
Okay.
But before that, I will... Oh, here it is. It just says February. I don't have a date, sadly. But let me take a look at their schedule. Did I not send you their website?
I don't remember that you did.
Okay, they got a few films like Lair of the White Worm and The Cell coming up. They've got some secret Saturday matinees coming up. Got Leo's Carax's It's Not Me coming up, which I haven't seen. I'd love to see it. You've got the fucking Last Picture Show showing, which you should see, from Ground Zero, which I don't know anything about. Fucking Harold and Maude. That's where you have to go. This Sunday, January 19th. Go see Hal Ashby's beautiful little gem, Harold and Maude, and you will be 10% a better film fan. Holy shit! And after that, they're doing After Hours, a 4K restaurant. They're doing Bringing Up Baby on the 23rd, Howard Hawks, one of the great screwball comedies. And then they're going to screen Ghost in the Shell on the 24th and 26th. They're doing Greg Araki's Mysterious Skin on the 24th through the 26th.
Ghost in the Shell, it's the anime, right? It's not the Scarlett Johansson version?
Correct. It is the proper film.
Okay, got it. Just making sure.
And they're doing Grand Illusion, the Jean Renoir film, on Sunday, January 26th. That might be the best one to do.
Okay.
Hundreds of Beavers, which I hear is good, on the 27th. Daisies, which I know nothing about, on the 28th. Rebecca, which is a really good film. Alfred Hitchcock film on the 29th and 30th. Reanimator on the 30th and 31st. Cinema Paradiso on the 31st. Alright, then that's just January. I
I'm
can't.
such a huge Jeffrey Combs fan.
Isn't he great?
I do love him. He's one of my favorite character actors.
Did you
He
see?
is Star Trek.
He is one of those actors who definitely is Star Trek, but he's also Reanimator.
Okay, I see nothing listed for February. So you want to go to and write this down. The grandillusioncinema.org/calendar.
The Grand Illusion or just Grand Illusion?
Just Grand Illusion.
I will check that out, Kela. Let's.
And there were like
I-
10 films that I mentioned, any one of which would be great. But if you can see only one, I would say see The Grand Illusion by Jean Renoir on the 26th. Although if you love film, as I love film, Cinema Paradiso is a great choice too. But if you are more into queer cinema, you can do a lot worse than Mysterious Skin with the great and vastly underrated young actor. I see his face and I can't say his name. Joseph Gordon-Levitt when he was a kid.
I've always liked him.
I did a Joseph Gordon-Levitt film festival about 20 years ago. That was one of the films that I showed. Last Picture Show is not bad either. That's coming up on the 18th. God, I wish I could be in Seattle for that end of The Grand Illusion. One of the things that I love about this film, two things that I love about it. One is the memory of going to see, holy shit, I think it was Takashi Miike's, was it Dead or, it was his first, it was Dead or Alive. I saw Dead or Alive in The Grand Illusion. And I went there alone and I sat near the back, right behind the love seat, which I hope still exists. And then I saw this group of, I don't know, 10 people. It was obviously dudes with their girlfriends. And I thought, do they know what they're seeing? Because the way they talk, they sound like frat boys, and this doesn't seem like a frat boy movie. And about 2 minutes into the movie, I realized that I had seen more sex, violence, and drugs than I had ever seen in any other single movie before. 20 minutes later, I saw a scene that made me think, maybe this is not for me and I should leave. And that whole front row of dudes with their girlfriends got up and left.
Oh.
And I thought, wow, okay, I was thinking the right thing. But I stayed. And about 20 minutes after that, I saw a scene that made me think, maybe I should have gone with them. And yet I stuck it out and I saw the whole film, and the last 90 seconds of the film totally justified the horror that I had witnessed before that. Now, I don't recommend it to everybody, and I do not recommend it to you. But if you are willing to suffer some atrocities for a joke.
Oh, okay. So it's a Shaggy Dog movie.
It is a Shaggy Dog movie. It's a little bit more than that, but yes, that is a fair way to express it. But please, if we have established any rapport as associates in this guild, please go to the Grand Illusion, strike up a conversation with whoever is behind the counter selling you popcorn. They know 10 times as much about movies as I do. And they're cool as fuck, or they were 25 years ago. And wherever they go next, you want to go there. Seattle was such a brilliant fucking film city when I lived there. When I lived there, it had two claims to fame. Well, more than two, but two that I cared about, where it was the most literate city in the world, meaning the most people per capita bought books in Seattle than in any other American city. And the most people per capita went to the movies in Seattle. And all of that changed when Boeing and Amazon moved some of their bases out of the city, and they lost a huge portion of their gay population. And the amazing, I can't say the name now. What's the name of that great street that they do gay pride on?
Capitol Hill?
Capitol Hill. It completely withered, and it's a shadow of its former self. And now the coolest neighborhood to live in was what at the time was the old neighborhood where some of my friends lived, Belltown. But even that I think has shifted, and maybe now it's Green. What's it called? Not Green Lake. Green something up north, with the actual fake lake where everybody walks their dogs.
I have those filed under places I can never afford to live.
Yeah. They're nice places to go walk, though. Go over to Belltown. There's some nice cafes. Where you really want to go is Fremont. Go listen to some music, go to some cafes, and if you like beer, go to some beer houses in Fremont. I think they still have at least one statue of Lenin over there.
Statue of Lenin?
Yeah, they bought statues of Lenin as they were torn down in the Soviet Union and put up a few in Fremont. Not that we worship Lenin, but we worship the idea that Lenin was supposed to stand for.
Yeah, it would be nice if somebody could implement socialism effectively.
Well, Denmark did a pretty good job of it.
You see, my problem, that kind of gets back to my problem with Democrats. Is like, how can you effectively fight for leftist policies when you have to suck up to the same oligarchs that the right-wing party has to?
Yeah. The problem is that we have never established, I say we because I'm half American now, we've never established, what's the right word, enough weight of leftist belief in the States, at least not since the 30s, to propel that movement into a viable party. I mean, Bernie Sanders is the best we've had, and he's marginal.
In 1925, a woman representing the Socialist Party ran for governor of Tennessee, which is something I found out and it absolutely blew my mind.
That's cool. I've got some kin in Tennessee.
That's where we're both from, I think, right? That's
Yep.
where you're from?
Well, I was born in Georgia, but I spent most of my life in Tennessee.
Sure.
My grandparents, well, my paternal grandparents retired to Tennessee, so we visited there quite often. And then my maternal cousins, some of them, lived in Tennessee, and now my sister and her family have moved to the same town in Tennessee, Oak Ridge.
You said Oak Ridge? Oak Ridge?
Oak Ridge, yes. I almost said Royal Oak, but that's where I was born in
My
Michigan.
wife.
Is where I'm from.
Oh, you're from Oak Ridge as well?
Yeah, I'm from the Oak Ridge area. Yeah.
My wife was
I'm
from
technically
Oliver
from Clinton.
Springs. My wife was from Oliver Springs.
Gotcha. I'm technically from Clinton, which is like 7 or 8 minutes outside of Oak Ridge.
But Yvain, did you say you were also born in Oak Ridge?
No, I was born in Royal Oak, Michigan, but my grandparents, my paternal grandparents, retired to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, so I would visit them now and then.
Oh, cool.
I've been there, I don't know, 5 or 6 times.
It's a really pretty city.
It is. Lots of trees.
Yeah, and the marina is always wonderful to walk next to.
Oh, fuck. On the oh shit, it's passed. Never mind. Never mind the very cool thing I was about to share with you.
But the biggest problem with that is the city council was so anti-growth for so long that the town really stagnated. But I guess that's kind of a lot of towns in the United States.
Well, certainly in red states.
I feel like I watched Oak Ridge die a little sometimes when I think about it.
I watched it die a bit too, because remember I got married in 1995 in Oliver Springs.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I was there a lot, and I watched the mall die.
Yeah.
So Emma,
that's what I was thinking of as the mall.
Did you tell me that you were into art?
I am. I have a degree. I have a BFA.
And I think you've told me that you're into tabletop role-playing games?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with Crystal Frazier?
Not off the top of my head, but let me look it up.
She's a little older than you. She might be closer to Kela's age.
Mm-hmm.
She and I never worked together while I was in Seattle, but she worked for a company I was writing for. She's a very talented writer. I'm primarily an artist, though. And she's still working in the Seattle area with her wife, Lissa, whose last name I don't think I can pronounce properly. I think that you and she would have some things in common.
Oh, yeah. I wish I had followed my dreams more with my art. To be honest, I kind of got cynical and let them die and never really pursued them with any sort of vigor, and I got caught up in the depression of like the way things have been going politically for the last 20 years.
Understandable. What do you do for the day job?
Currently, I have a decade of customer service experience. So I do customer service for a CPAP supplier for like sleep apnea.
Right.
It's not a glamorous job at all.
But you could do that from home, can't you?
Well, after 6 months, I will be able to. This was the first job I got since moving here. So, I guess it's not the first one. I did some canvassing for a while in Seattle. That was really depressing though, and I think that's when I realized Trump was gonna win. Was when I was canvassing and I was seeing people's responses, because I was canvassing for like trans rights, and I remember being in the middle of Capitol Hill, and I was like, "Hey, help support the ACLU for trans rights," and some bald guy with his family, like some tall bald guy, looked at me and is like, "No, I think they're terrible," and I got a lot of like responses like that in
Jesus.
yeah, and I was like, oh,
in Capitol Hill?
Yeah,
It's changed a lot, I hear.
it's really gentrified.
So much of what I miss about Seattle was along, I can't remember the name of that road. It wasn't Roosevelt. It was another street. Kela, did you end up going to the, I can't say the name of it now, that diner that I recommended to you?
I did not make it to the diner yet. Hello?
Sorry, I was searching on Capitol Hill Diner to see if I could remember the name of the place. I miss so many places in Seattle, and I know a lot of them are dead. Bauhaus Coffee House was one of my favorites, and I know that that's gone. And I cannot find out what the name of this diner was. Let me see if I can think of a place near it. What was that? Harvard Exit Theater. I think it's dead. I have to spell it the American way. Yeah, sadly it's dead.
I know it's here.
It died, Jesus, almost 10 years ago. It's now the Consulate of Mexico.
Okay.
Wow, I recognize the photo though. I remember sitting beside that brick wall waiting to get into the theater. So Harvard Exit, now I gotta find the map, and it's on East Roy Street. And now I've got to find right around the corner if that diner is still there. A Deluxe Bar and Grill, that's what I was recommending to you. Okay. That is the best fucking place to go. You get there an hour before the Pride Parade starts. You try to get a window seat, you order breakfast, you linger. And it's the best possible. It's right before the parade ends. So people might be a little tired, but you don't have so many people standing on the sidewalk between you and the attractions. And it was Broadway, of course. Broadway is the street that I was trying to remember. I miss so much along Pike and Pine.
Find the crystals at Bowery.
I guess Bauhaus is probably the number one, but the Elliott Bay Book Company is another. My Seattle writer friends still show up there first whenever they have a new release. Have you been to El Capitan or to the Triple Door?
No.
I haven't either. There's so many places I need to go, I guess.
I've really been a homebody since I moved here. Like we moved here in the heart of the pandemic, and then, you know, we just kind of stayed home and had.
You've been to Pike Place Market, though, haven't you?
I have been to Pike Place. Yeah.
I have as well. Yeah, I used to. One of the places I would canvas is right outside of Pike Place, actually.
Have you been down to what's it called? Between that area and what they call the International District. With the pergola. What the hell is that?
I've spent a lot of time in the International District, to be honest.
I love the International District, which at the time we called Chinatown. I love Uwajimaya and
yeah, Uwajimaya is wonderful.
the Smith Tower area with I'm trying to think of Pioneer Square. Have you two done the underground tour yet?
No, I had a friend who did though, and I really want to. That's fascinating.
It's a lot of fun, and you can go multiple times because each time you get a different guide, and the guides are all aspiring comics, stand-up comics, and they're mostly really good.
Cool.
Next time you go down to Chinatown International District, go to any dirty-looking hole in the wall Chinese barbecue joint and go in there and order the special fried rice, and you will be the happiest motherfucker you have ever been in your life.
Fair.
What's in the special fried rice?
It's, whatever, chicken, pork, beef, whatever they have left over from the day before, and it's fucking awesome.
Oh, would shrimp be in there? Because I really can't have that.
Well, they'll tell you whether there will be shrimp.
Okay.
You don't like shrimp. Do you like other seafood?
I like fish.
Have you been, this is a little pricey, so for a special occasion, have you been to the Brooklyn? Does it still exist?
I have not heard of that. I have been to Ivar's.
Ivar's is good. I prefer the Brooklyn, but there's nothing wrong with Ivar's. I'm trying to remember what street it's on. I'm looking at a map.
Does look like it's open currently. Let me see. Looks like it's on 1212 2nd Avenue, University Street, maybe.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, it's got a nice facade. It's like a green facade.
That might be a new location for them. I went looking for my favorite Vietnamese restaurant last time I went to Seattle, which was quite a long time ago, and broke my heart. Green Papaya was no longer there. I am kind of afraid to return to Seattle. I think I wouldn't recognize
it looks like the Brooklyn's closed, unfortunately.
Have you been to the Crocodile? It's 30 years too late, but that was where all of the grunge bands showed up.
Yeah.
In the 90s. I spent more time in the University District. I was really into film. So I went to, at the bottom of Capitol Hill, I went to the Egyptian, not downtown, but Kela, near the Seattle Center. I went to the Cinerama.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a place in the middle of downtown in a little mall, I'm trying to remember the name of it, that had a multiplex that also showed art films sometimes and was part of the Seattle Film Festival. I went to a place in, what the heck is that neighborhood called, next to sorry, I'm just making sounds going around. I had a girlfriend up there, and I'm embarrassed that I can't remember the name of her neighborhood.
I mean, there's a lot of living in there.
It was an English location name. Oh gosh, now I'm looking at Tinny Way and I'm remembering all these great meals that I had around the Space Needle. And all the things that I heard about Bill Gates back when a friend of my then girlfriend was working at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
About his trips with Jeffrey Epstein?
Before that, but yeah, that sort of thing.
Y'all, I've had a lovely time. I need to go because my dinner is getting cold and I'm starving right
Go
now.
eat.
Yeah, I will eat, but thank you for the recommendations.
Yeah, this has been a lovely conversation.
Let's talk about Seattle and movies again one day.
We should. for sure. I would love to have a conversation like this again.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
I always
hope you
enjoy
all-
having conversations with you, Yvain.
I hope you all have a lovely evening, though.
Likewise. Cheers.
Cheers.
I think I will also sign off because I really need to go to the restroom.
Likewise. I should make some food.
All right,
Holy
bye.
crap! Maybe a sandwich.
Yeah, good night. We had a long talk.
We did.
And all of it was streamed. Every bit of it. How about that? I'm not going to point it out, though. I'm just going to leave it there, and it can stay there. And maybe somebody will find it someday, and you'll find this note at the end. Hope you enjoyed that. Bye.